Hello, my dear friends. I'm welcoming all to all the medical entrance institution. I hope all of you are waiting for the question and the solutions for the NEET 2025. So let me check the question and the solutions. Okay. So the first question, we'll start from the 91st. Which of the following is the unit of productivity of an ecosystem? Okay. So the first question is coming from the chapter ecosystem. Okay, and it's from the productivity. All we know that the productivity in an ecosystem that refers to the total amount of biomass production, okay, which means the organic matter that is accumulated per unit area in unit time. Okay, so here the question asking about the unit of productivity of the ecosystem. Okay, so the right answer is option. Can you guess the answer of the first question in biology? That's the option. The option first is the answer. That's clearly that given in our NCERT textbook, and which gives a detailed note about productivity. Or we know that productivity can be divided into primary productivity and secondary productivity. Okay, I hope all of you know the answer. Okay, it's a simple question. It starts with a simple question, and we can move on to the next question. Okay, the next question. The next botany question, yes, in the 95th question, okay. The given below are two statements. The statement one, that DNA fragments extracted from gel electrophoresis can be used in construction of recombinant DNA, okay, rDNA, okay. So the question is from the rDNA technology. Then statement two, smaller size DNA fragments are observed near anode, while larger fragments are found near the wells in an agarose gel. Okay, so the question is from agarose gel electrophoresis, and all we know that the working principle of agarose gel electrophoresis. What is the working principle? What is the working principle of agarose gel electrophoresis? Agarose gel electrophoresis is used in RDNA technology for the separation and isolation of the DNA fragments. Okay, so this method is completely used for the separation and isolation of the desirable DNA fragments. Okay, so we know that the structure of agarose gel. Okay, so it's having two regions. One is the cathode region, and that contains the wells. Okay, and next is the anode region, and between the cathode and anode there is a portable plate that contains the agar. Okay, agar plate. So for the separation of the DNA fragments, we first put all the DNA fragments in the wells. Okay, all the DNA fragments in the well. Okay, wells. So DNA fragments are generally colorless and they are negatively charged. Okay, so the net charge in the cathode region is negative. Okay, is it all clear? I hope all of you know that. Okay, then for the separation or the isolation for the DNA fragments, we provide an artificial positive charge in the anode region. So what will happen? The negatively charged DNA fragments are attracted to the anode region and they penetrated through the agar plate. Okay, so the statement 1 and statement 2 are absolutely correct, and they give us a clear idea about gel electrophoresis and how the DNA fragments are separated and isolated with their lengthwise, because we know that the negatively charged DNA fragments are attracted to the anode region and the smaller DNA band or DNA fragments are move faster than the larger DNA bands. Okay, so the answer is option 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 2 is the right answer. Both statements 1 and 2 are correct. Okay, then the next question, what is the main function of the spindle fibers during mitosis? So the question is from cell cycle and cell division. Okay, And we know that the one of the most important portions in that chapter, that's about the mitosis and meiosis. So why spindle fibers are present? It's a simple question. Why spindle fibers are present during in mitosis? What's their exact function? The exact function is to separate the chromosomes, to separate the chromosomes, because we know that in the first phase of mitosis, that is prophase, okay, the chromosomes are gradually visible, okay, and then during the metaphase, all the chromosomes are get aligned at the equator, and that's called the metaphase plate formation, okay. And that metaphase plate formation and also the following steps that takes place in mitosis with the help of the spindle fibers, okay. So the answer of the 96th question is option 2, to separate the chromosomes, okay. So it's a very simple question. So then we have to move on to the next question. How many meiotic and mitotic divisions need to occur for the development of a mature female gametophyte from the megaspore mother cell in an angiosperm plant? Megaspore mother cell. It's also called a megaspore mother cell is also called a MMC. Okay, MMC. So the question that demanding about the process called a Megasporogenesis. So how many meiotic and mitotic divisions are needed for completing the megasporogenesis? Okay, all we know that starts from the structure of ovule, or also we can take it's the answer can be started from the embryo sac, okay. So the cells in the nucellus that are differentiated and that are protruded into the embryo sac, okay, and that protruded cells are present in the embryo sac is called a megaspore mother cell, okay. So what happens first in the megaspore mother cell? The first is the meiotic division, okay. So the megaspore mother cell undergoes meiotic division, okay, and which results the formation of 4 haploid daughter cells, and unfortunately 3 of them are degenerated and one will become functional, okay, and that cell is called a functional megaspore mother cell, okay. And these functional megaspore mother cell undergoes 3 continuous mitotic divisions, and which results the formation of 8 haploid cells with nucleus, okay. Is that clear? And from the 8, 3 of them are moved to the chelacal region, and 3 of them are moved towards the micropylar region, and 2 of them are at the center. And all we know that what happens to the central cell, they get fused, okay. So a mature embryo sac contains how many cells and how many nucleus? 7 cells and 8 nucleated, okay. So how many meiotic and mitotic divisions? 1 meiotic division and 3 continuous mitotic divisions, okay. I hope all of you know the answer. So the right answer of the 97th question, that is option 4, okay. So any doubts? Then the next is the next question. Yes, that's the question is again from sexual reproduction in flowering plants, okay. 100, question number 100. The given below are 2 statements. One is labeled as assertion and the other is labeled as reason. So assertion, reason question from sexual reproduction in flowering plants, okay. And I hope all of our students, AIME students, knows the importance of this chapter, that we discussed many questions from this chapter for our mock exams and mock test, okay. I hope all our AIME NEET aspirants will answer this question. So what is assertion? Cells of the tapetum or tapetum possess dense cytoplasm and generally have more than one nucleus. All we know that the cells of the tapetum are generally binucleated or multinucleated, okay, with rich in nutrients. The reason: presence of more than one nucleus in the tapetum increases the efficiency of nourishing and developing microspore mother cells. So what is the exact function of tapetum, or what is the significance of tapetum in microsporogenesis? All we know that the microsporogenesis, the process of formation and development of microspores that starts from tapetum. Okay, the cells are differentiated, and the differentiated cells are called as sporogenous tissue. Okay, and they become pollen mother cells, and that pollen mother cell, each one of the pollen mother cell undergoes continuous meiotic division, and which results the formation of microspore tetrad formation, and after that the tetrad formation terminates, that means dehydrates. Okay, and it will separated into individual microspores, and that microspores are get mature to form the pollen grain. Okay, so all the essential nutrients for the development of microspore to pollen grain, okay, that are provided by tapetum or our tapetum. Okay, so here the both assertion and reason are true, and the reason that gives a complete explanation about assertion. So which option is right? Which option is right? The option 2 is the right. Both assertion and a reason are true, and a reason is the correct explanation of assertion. Okay, any doubts? Is that clear? So if you need any brief explanation of any of these questions that we discussed, you just mentioned or give a comments, and we will explain that questions later. Okay, then the next from biotechnology. Okay, statement type question, and we all expect statement type of questions from biotechnology. The blue and white selectable markers have been developed which differentiated recombinant colonies from non-recombinant colonies on the basis of their ability to produce color in the presence of a chromogenic substrate. Okay, so first they give a statement that regarding with selection of recombinants and non-recombinants. Okay, so the question is that from the portion, from which portion? There's a question from cloning vectors, okay, in RDNA technology, in biotechnology principles and process. The statement 1: the blue colored colonies have DNA insert in the plasmid, and they are identified as recombinant colonies. Okay, so the statement 1, they give blue colored colonies. Okay, blue colored colonies, so mark the term blue colored colonies. Then statement 2: the colonies without blue color, okay, colonies without blue color have DNA insert in the plasmid and are identified as recombinant colonies. Okay, so first you should know about what is blue colored colony and what is insertional inactivation. Okay, what is the importance of insertional activation? All we know that what is insertional activation in the plasmid, in the plasmid. Okay, we successfully ligate a foreign DNA or an alien DNA. Okay, then what will happen when a foreign gene or a foreign DNA is inserted, the selectable markers that are present in the plasmid becomes inactive. Okay, so simply this process is called insertional inactivation. Okay, so here the alternative method of insertional activation that is given in the question. Okay, so here the gene is beta galactosidase gene. Okay, so that gene is present in the plasmid, When we ligate or introduce a foreign DNA or alien gene in the region where the beta galactosidase gene is present, it results the inactivation of beta galactosidase gene. Okay, is that clear? And after that, when we put the structure in the chromogenic substrate containing medium, okay, what will happen if beta galactosidase gene is inactive, which means they cannot produce the enzyme beta galactosidase. Okay, so they cannot react with the chromogenic substrate medium, and they didn't give any blue colored colony. Okay, so if the structure is recombinant, it did not produce any blue coloration in the chromogenic substrate medium because the beta galactosidase gene is already inactivated. Okay, so here the blue colored colonies have DNA insert, okay, in the plasmid, and they are identified as recombinant colonies. We just mentioned that recombinants do not produce any blue color. So the statement 1 is absolutely okay. Statement 2, the colonies without blue color have a DNA insert in the plasmid and are identified as recombinant colonies. Why? Because insertional activation takes place. So statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. So which option? The option 1 is the right. Option 1 is the right. Okay, any doubts? Okay, the next question. In bryophytes. Okay, so the question from plant kingdom. In bryophytes, the Jimmy cup or Jimmy help in which one of the following? Okay, Jimmy cup formation and fragmentation is the methods that bryophytes are commonly used for their asexual reproduction methods. Okay, because we know that how bryophytes sexually reproduce. They sexually reproduce with the help of the male and female sex organs. Name of the male sex organ is is which? Can you search the name? Name of the female and male sex organs of bryophyte: Antheridium and Archegonium. Okay, so that's a sexual method. So Jimmy-cup or fragmentation, Jimmy formation, these are helps for the asexual mode of reproduction. Okay, so a cup-like structure that is formed from their parental body and it develops, and finally it's detached from the parental body and it develops into a new organism. That's the Jimmy cup formation. So that's the asexual mode of reproduction. Okay, so right answer of the question 102 is option 3. Okay, option 3. Then the next is just a second. Okay, question 106. 106. Okay, which of the following is an example? Okay, let me check. Which of the following is an example of zygomorphic flower? Okay, so here the term zygomorphic flower. So what is zygomorphic? What is zygomorphic? Zygomorphic. There are two symmetries are present, zygomorphic and actinomorphic. What's the difference between actinomorphic and zygomorphic? Actinomorphic means we can cut it into more than one half. That's called actinomorphic. Okay. Zygomorphic means it only gives equal half when we cut it to a particular plane. Okay. So all we know that the examples of zygomorphic flowers. What are the examples of zygomorphic flowers? Can you comment? Examples of zygomorphic flowers: green pea, soybean, lentil beans, okay, pigeon pea, and peanut. These are examples of zygomorphic flower. So the right answer is option 4, option 4, pea plant. Okay, option 4, pea plant. Then just a second. Next is, okay, 108. The question is again from ecosystem. Okay, given below are two statements. Statement 1: in ecosystem there is a unidirectional flow of energy of sun from producer to consumers. Okay, because all we know that flow of energy is unidirectional. Okay, in one direction flow of energy from producer to primary consumer to secondary consumer, and likewise. Okay, so it always gives a unidirectional flow. Statement 2: ecosystems are exempted from second law of thermodynamics. That's a false statement, because all we know that ecosystem follows the first and second law of thermodynamics. Okay, so statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Okay, so which option? Which option? Option 4. Okay, option 4. Then a simple question, question number 110. All living members, okay, that's, oops, that's from zoology. Okay, then the next, okay, 112. Which one of the following equations represents the Walpole logistic growth of population? So the question from which chapter? Which chapter? From organisms and population. Okay, so logistic growth, equation of logistic growth model. Logistic growth model. What is the equation? The equation is the equation is the equation is dn by dt is equal to Rn into k minus n by k. Here k is the carrying capacity and R is the intrinsic rate of the natural increase. Okay, so there's no need to check the other options. Okay, so the correct equation of the logistic growth model is dn by dt is equal to Rn into k minus n by k. So the right answer is option, without any doubts, the right answer is option 3. Okay, option 3. Go. The next question, 113. Given below are two statements. One is labeled as assertion and the other is labeled as a reason. Okay, again assertion reason question from cell the unit of life. Okay, assertion: the primary function of the Golgi apparatus. Okay, is to package the materials made by the endoplasmic reticulum and deliver it to intracellular targets and outside cell. Then reason, vesicles containing materials made by the endoplasmic reticulum fuse with cis phase of the Golgi apparatus, and they are modified and released from the trans phase of the Golgi apparatus. Okay, so Golgi complex or Golgi apparatus is considered as a part of endomembrane system. Okay, and here the primary function of Golgi apparatus is the packaging of materials. Packaging of materials. Okay, that's right. That's a correct statement. Okay, that's about their function. And what's the product of Golgi complex? Can you tell me what are the products of Golgi complex? Products of Golgi complex. Just comment. What are the products of Golgi complex? As all we know that glycoproteins and glycolipids are the products of Golgi complex. So that's why they are called packaging of materials, protein and lipids that are produced from the endoplasmic reticulum, then enters into the cis phase and they are released from the trans phase. Then the lipids and proteins are covered by a membranous sheath. That's why they are called glycoproteins and glycolipids. Okay, so here the reason that is that vesicles containing materials made by the endoplasmic reticulum fuse with the cis phase of the Golgi apparatus, and they are modified and released from the trans phase of the Golgi apparatus. Okay, so the reason that explains about the structure, not about the function. Okay, so assertion and reason are true, but reason doesn't explain anything about assertion. Okay, so which option? Option 3, both assertion and reason are true, and R is not the correct explanation of A or assertion. Okay, so the right option is option 3. Okay, then on 14, which of the following statements about Rubisco is true? What is Rubisco? What is the expansion of full form of Rubisco? RUBP, carboxylase and oxygenase. Okay, that's the expansion of Rubisco. So the correct statements that regarding with the Rubisco. Option 1, it catalyzes the carboxylation of RUBP. Second option, it is active only in dark. Option 3, it has higher affinity for oxygen than the carbon dioxide. And the fourth, it is an enzyme involved in photolysis of water. All we know that what is photolysis? Photolysis. Splitting of water is called photolysis. Okay, and that's not controlled by Rubisco. Okay, so option 4 is absolutely false. Okay, then option 3, it has higher affinity for oxygen than carbon dioxide. In photosynthesis, all we know that what the exact function of Rubisco. What is the exact function of Rubisco? Rubisco, it helps to bind carbon dioxide, with RUBP, that results the formation of 3-PGA, 3-phosphoglycerate or glyceric acid. Okay, so then guess what's the answer? Statement about Rubisco is true, that is it catalyzes the carboxylation. Okay, carboxylation of RBP, which means addition of carbon dioxide. Okay, so which option is the right option? Option 1 is the right statement. Okay, the 3 and 2 are false. Okay, any doubts? You need any explanations? If you want any explanation, just comment. Okay. So all my students, just check the answers. Then if you need an explanation, you just comment. Just comment. Okay.
Hi dear students, again welcome to AIME's Academy. Okay, so we discussed about different botany questions. Now we are going to discuss about some questions which are from zoology. Okay, the first question is question number 92. First menstruation is called. Okay, we already studied that. It is a easy question. We already discussed this question in our classes. The first menstruation is called menarche. Everybody knows that the first menstruation is called menarche. Ceasing of menstruation is called menopause. Okay, so the answer is menarche. Next one, question number 93. Assertion and reason question. All vertebrates are chordates, but all chordates are not vertebrates. Reason, the members of subphylum Vertebrata possess notochord during the embryonic period. The notochord is replaced by cartilaginous or bony vertebral column. Okay, this is an NCERT statement. We know that all vertebrates are chordates, but all chordates are not vertebrates. The question is asked for board and CBSE board exams every time. Okay, so the reason is the members of subphylum Vertebrata. Subphylum Vertebrata, we know that we are vertebrates. Okay, what is the character of vertebrate? We possess a vertebrate column. Our notochord during embryo, notochord is only present during embryonic condition, which is converted into vertebral column. So the answer, the assertion as well as reason are correct. So the answer is both A and R true. R is the correct explanation of A, option 2. Okay, next question 94. Genes R and Y follow independent assortment. If RRYY produce round yellow seed and small RRYY produce wrinkled green seeds. So this is a simple question which is simply asking you about a dihybrid crosser. We know that two different characters are crossed together, which is dihybrid cross. What is the phenotypic ratio of F2 generation during a dihybrid cross? Which is easy, 9 is to 3 is to 3 is to 1 according to Mendel's law. So the answer is option 4, 9 is to 3 is to 3 is to 1. All these questions are very basic, easy to answer. Okay, so the next question, 98. Which question is 98? Okay, identify the statement that is not correct, which is incorrect. Okay, constant region of heavy and light chains are located at C terminus of antibody molecule. Okay, we know that the structure of an antibody molecule, which is just like a Y shape. Okay, you know that two light chain and two heavy chains are joined together to form two heavy chains and two light chains join together to form an antibody molecule. So which have two heavy chains and two light chains, which is C terminal. This one is called C terminal. This is called N terminal. So when you look into the options, constant region of heavy and light chains are located at C terminals of antibody molecule. Okay, which is true. Each antibody has two light and two heavy chains. Okay, we already studied that the heavy H2L2 antibody is also called H2L2 because it has two heavy chains and two light chains. The heavy and light chains are held together by disulfide bond. We already studied that. So when you come look at the last option, antigen binding site is located at the C region of antibody molecule. Okay, I already told you this is the this is the antigen binding site. So we know that antigen bind at the N terminal. It is not the C terminal, which is N terminal of antibody. So the incorrect option is option 4. Okay, so we answered 98th question. Next one, 99. Okay, next one, 99. Okay, wait 1 minute. Next one, again, it is from human reproduction. Consider the following. The the reductive division of human female gametogenesis starts at the earlier than that of male gametogenesis. So the gametogenesis is female start earlier than male. We know that in female, gametogenesis starts during their embryonic development, but in male, it only starts during their puberty. So first option is correct one. Okay, so next one, the gap between first meiotic division and the second meiotic division is much shorter for males compared to female. Okay, so we know that in human males, meiosis 1 and meiosis 2 happens very fast. But in the case of female, meiosis 1, which starts during embryonic condition, which arrested in prophase, then it is completed during ovulation. But meiosis 2 only happens during fertilization. So option B is correct. Next one, the first polar body is associated with the formation of primary oocyte. We know that first polar body which will disintegrate, which will never produce anything. So it is the incorrect option. Luteinizing hormone surge or LH surge leads to disintegration of endometrium. No, we studied that LH surge which leads to ovulation. So the answer is option D is also incorrect. So which are the correct options? A and B. A and B are the true options of question number 99. Okay. Next one, match the following. 103, match the following. Simple question. Adenosine. Adenosine is a nucleoside. We already studied that this is adenosine, a sugar molecule which is connected to adenine, a nitrogen base which is called adenine, which lack a phosphate group without a phosphate group. which is nucleoside. Then adenyllic acid is a nucleoside. What is adenyllic acid? That is a sugar molecule which is connected to adenine, which is a nitrogen base and phosphate group. This is adenyllic acid. So adenyllic acid is a nucleotide. Adenine, which is a nitrogen base, we all know that. Alanine, which is an amino acid. So the answer is option 3. Oh, sorry, option 4. A3, B2, C1 and D4. Option 4. Next one, 104. Next one, 104. Question number 104. Okay. This question, 104. The question is from principles of inheritance. Some of you may think it is one of the difficult question in this question paper, but it is actually very simple. Okay, we don't need to look into any other progenies or F1 or F2 generation to find out the answer. Just a simple idea. Okay, first we can look into the question with the help of given pedigree. Sorry. With the help of given pedigree, find out the probability for birth of a child having no disease and being a carrier, has the disease mutation in one allele of the gene in F1 generation. Okay, so sorry, F3 generation. So we want to identify what is the genotype of F3 generation to answer this question. Okay, so if we want to identify F3 generation, we already know that the F2 generation is carrier female and a affected male. The carrier female, which is X dash X, which is crossed with the affected male, which is X dash Y. So the gamete will be S dash X, X dash Y. When we cross it together, we will get X dash X dash, X dash Y, X dash X, X Y. 4 different progenies are produced. Here we can see there are 4 different progenies, 2 female and 2 males. We already got that 2 males and 2 females. The question is, what is the probability for birth of a child having no disease? Here, how many children are without a disease? Only 1. So 1. Next one, how many of the children are carrier? Which means at least one chromosome has one allele has a problem, a mutation. Here we can see here one chromosome has a change. This also has a one chromosome has a change. Here 2 alleles have a change. Here only 1, and this one also. So 1 by 2. So the answer is 1 by 2, which is 1 by 2. Next one, consider the following statements. Consider the following statements regarding function of adrenal medullary hormones. Okay, choose the correct answers. It will cause a pupillary constriction. The first one is already, we know that it is a wrong statement. We know that adrenal medullary hormones create a pupil dilation. So A is false. It is a hyperglycemic hormone, true. Causes piloerection, goosebumps, it is right. It increases strength of head contraction, other 3 are right. So the answer is B, C and D. Next one, 107. Who proposed the genetic code for amino acid should be made up of 3 nucleotides? Who proposed the codon is triplet? That is George Gamow. That's a direct question. That answer is George Gamow. Next one, sweet potato and potato. Sweet potato and potato are represent a certain type of evolution. Select the correct combination of terms to explain the evolution. Okay, we know that potato and sweet potato, which is an example of analogous organ. What is analogous organ? Functionally similar but anatomically different. Here, sweet potato and potato are functionally similar, which is store food. but anatomically both two are different. Root modification and stem modification, we already studied that. So the answer is analogy. Which analogy? Analogy, and if analogous organs are there, that will be convergent evolution. The answer is option B, analogy and convergent evolution. Next one, all living members of class Cyclostomata are. Okay, when we studying class Cyclostomata, the paragraph start with this. All members of Cyclostomata are parasites, ectoparasite in some fishes. So the answer is ectoparasite. They are found on the outside of certain fishes. Next, 111. Histones are enriched with we already studied in the packaging of DNA, histones have a positive charge due to the accumulation of basic positive amino acids like lysine and arginine. So it is a direct question from NCERT, lysine and arginine, which causes the positive charge of histone. So the answer is lysine and arginine. 111, which is lysine and arginine. Okay, next 112. 112, which is already discussed in botany section. Okay, so we are moving to the next question, which is 115. Match list 1 with list 2. Progesterone. Okay, we already know that progesterone, which is a hormone which detects pregnancy, which help in pregnancy, that is produced by corpus luteum, so A4. Next, relaxin. Relaxin is a hormone which is produced by ovary. It only produced during, it is only produced by ovary during pregnancy period. So relaxin, which is produced by ovary. Next, melanocyte stimulating hormone, which is produced by pars intermedia. Last one, catecholamine, which is produced by adrenal medulla. So A4, B2, which is option 2C1. Okay, next 116. Next question 116. The protein portion of enzyme is called okay, which is asking you about hollow enzymes. We know that hollow enzymes are composed of apoenzymes and cofactor. Cofactor is a non-protein part where protein part is called apoenzymes, which is called apoenzymes. Direct question. These all questions are direct from NCERT. Okay, next one 120. 118. Okay, 118. Which is the following type of immunity is present in the time of birth and a non-specific type of defense in the human body. The immunity that is present in all of us during our birth, which is called innate immunity, which is non-specific in nature. Okay, so the answer is innate immunity. Innate immunity, which are physiological, cytokine, cellular barriers. These are all examples of innate immunity. 119. Which factors is important for the termination of transcription? We know that during transcription, there are 3 different steps: initiation, elongation, and termination. Initiation is catalyzed by sigma factor. Here, asked about termination, which is catalyzed by rho factor. Option D, which is rho factor. Next, 120. The 120. Which of the following hormone released from pituitary is actually synthesized in the hypothalamus? Hypothalamus, which produce different hormones. We know releasing hormone, inhibitory hormone, oxytocin and vasopressin are produced by hypothalamus. Here, when you look it, you can see antidiuretic hormone is there, which is another name of vasopressin. Okay, so the answer is option 3. Okay, if you have any doubt from any question that we discussed, just comment it. We will again explain how the answer came. Okay, so the balance questions we will discuss later. Okay, bye.
NEET exam is completed. Now your preparation for someone who is preparing for 2 years, someone who is preparing for the last 1 year, someone who is preparing for more than 2 years. Everyone's actually now actually the only are waiting for the result. I'm sure that you people are all are waiting for the result. And some comments are hearing like that. Physics is tough, chemistry is tough, like that something. Many calls I also got after the exam. Don't be tense. If the question is tough, the cutoff will be also like that only. So you don't have to be bothered about the level of the question paper. It's equally for everyone, not only for you. It's for every person who are writing the exam. So be conscious, be happy, be normal. Today actually you can rest actually just only after checking all these answers. Now you can rest. So we are just waiting to get the question paper. Right now the chemistry question paper will come right now. So just waiting for that up to that time only. So please just wait for 1 or 2 minutes. Question is getting added. So please, a media room, please do it faster, please. Question from 46. Question from 46 onwards. That's okay. That's fine. So actually the question that we got is actually completely it's contain marking and everything. Now only we just got a question without any marks. And from the marking, actually, I understand that many had made silly mistakes also. Just simply, actually, already I discussed many questions. In the chemistry, I know that out of the 45 questions, more than 20 questions directly from our material as well as our question module that is done for 1 month. Last 1 month, we are doing the question schedule in all our centers. So that questions, more than 20 questions come from the our module itself as well as our question set. That means combined question sets. So other questions only, so it will happen in every year. So let's see what is going to be happen. And now you can check that how many questions you got correct and all. Please, the media room, please do it fast. Sorry for your patience, but I know that you are patiently waiting for getting the answers. So please, please, please wait. 60. Don't see it. For the question. ഒരു പേപ്പറിലാണ് രണ്ടും. Okay, okay, fine. That is okay now visible. So let's have a discussion on our chemistry paper. You can see the first question, that is identify the suitable reagents for the following conversion. So first question again. I think it's a question that done perfectly by them to confuse you, because you can see that all what is given in the options are reducing agents responsible for the reduction. But a studied in our NCRT that sir, NaBH4 as well as all others, lithium aluminum hydrate, all are responsible only for the reduction of aldehydic or ketonic group. It won't affect the ethers, right? So here it is given is a ether, ester. So for the reduction of ester to an aldehyde, that we are using here is a hydrogen and the presence of palladium barium sulfate. The answer is option 2. So, okay.
So you can see, the first question, the answer is option 2. Option 2 is the correct answer. The 47th question, you can see that the correct order of decreasing acidity of the following aliphatic acid is. The study like that. As the alkyl group, electron donating group increases, negative charge increases, stability decreases, as acidity also decreases. So you can see that one is given as, so you can see that it's given as like tertiary, secondary, primary, as well as two primary is given. One is formic acid and acetic acid. We know that, sir, formic acid is more acidic than that of the acetic acid. Then only comes with the secondary, then only comes with the tertiary. So the answer is option 1. So option 1 is the correct answer. 48th question, direct question, simple question. It is not of the, which one of the following reaction does not belongs to Lagrange's test, that is test that used to find halogen, nitrogen as well as sulfur. So which does not belong. So the answer is option 2 is the correct answer. Next question again, once again, it's a direct question from chemical kinetics. If the rate constant of a reaction is 0.03, second raised to -1, so first order reaction, how much time does it take for 7.2 moles per liter concentration of the reactant to get reduced to 0.9 moles per liter, and is given as log 2 is equal to 0.301. Let's see, the initial concentration is given here, as well as final concentration is also given here. The rate constant is given here as 0.03 second raised to -1 first order reaction. The time for the equation to find the time for a first order reaction, T is equal to 2.303 divided by K log initial concentration divided by final concentration. Initial concentration divided by final concentration. So K value is already given as 0.03. Initial concentration is given as 7.2, as well as final concentration is given as 0.9, and you'll get a, here the value that you'll get a, that is 7.2 divided by 0.9, you will get a value of 8. Somebody who knows the value of 8 can directly apply the value here, or others you can simply write this 8 as 2 cube, and log 2 cube log 2 cube is equal to 3 into log 2. Can also substitute like this also. You will get the answer correctly, simply, and the answer is option 3 is the correct answer. Point 3 is the correct answer. Applying, simply you can just apply. Let's see the 50th question, that is a hypothetical diatomic molecules with a bond order 0 is quite stable. Whether it is stable, diatomic hypothetical compound, example He2, whether it is a stable compound, no. Molecule does not exist. It's an unstable compound. So the statement 1 they are given is wrong. As a bond order increases, the bond length increases. Sir, bond order increases, the attraction increases, bond length decreases. So the statement 2 is also wrong. So the one, both the statement 1 and 2 is wrong. So the answer is both statement 1 and 2 are false. Answer is option 4. When we are going to the next question, yeah, that's a confusing question to the students. Out of the following complex compound, which of the compound will having the minimum conductance in the solution? As we know that number of ions increases, conductance increases. So here you can see the number of ions is 4. Here it will be 2. Here and here there won't be ion. No ions will be formed in the both option 3 as well as 4. Then again the confusion comes. If there is no ions in option 3 as well as 4, then which will be the answer? Size increases, conductivity decreases. So as the size, due to the size increase in the size, The conductivity is minimum 4. Option 4. The answer is option 4 is the correct answer. Which is on the 52 question number 52. Which of the following aqueous solution will exhibit the highest boiling point? Again for the solution chapter. Van Hoff factor increases. Elevation of boiling point also increases. So having more number of I factor, Van Hoff factor, having more the boiling point, from here itself we can see that, sir, this is only increasing the number of ions. So I factor is highest for the option 1. So that will be the correct answer. 52nd question, correct answer is option 1 is the correct answer. Question number 53, it is given below are two statements. One is labeled as assertion A and other is labeled as reason. Okay. Assertion A is given as it's a compound, that is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 iodopentane undergo SN2 reaction faster than a chloropentane. And reason they are given is iodine is better living group because of its large size. Yes, both are primary. So in the case of SN2, it's not matter for them. Both are primary. So then comes the next. Who will leave faster? Yes, sir, iodine will leave faster than that of the chlorine due to the iodine is a better leaving group due to their size. The bond strength decreases. So iodine can leave more faster. So both this assertion as well as reason are given as correct here. And the answer is both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation of A. Answer is option 3. Now the next question. Again a simple question. Consider the following compounds KO2, H2O2 and H2SO4. The oxidation state of the underlined element in them are respectively. Sir, potassium belongs to alkali metals. Always having a +1 oxidation stage. +1. Oxygen can show different oxidation number even in its different compounds. In hydrogen peroxide, oxygen having a oxidation number of -1. And the case of H2SO4 that you can calculate -8 +2 and the balance will come as +6. Then the answer will be +1 for KO2 potassium, -1 for oxygen and +6 for sulfur, and the option 3 is the correct answer. Problem in audio? Is it clear for everyone? The audio is okay? Audio as well as video is clear now? Okay, then again, a tricky question from NTA. Given some reactions as well as their catalyst, students always have a tendency to mark this like this. But the thing is that Haber process, the catalyst we use will be iron. The Wacker process will be palladium chloride. In Wilkinson catalyst is given, Ziegler Natta catalyst is directly given. Everything is directly given. A direct question, direct answer, and the answer is option 1. I'm sure that many of my dears make this one mistake. So why they should have to give the question like this one? 56th question. Given below are the two statements like nitrogen that can form ammonia. Arsenic can also form arsenic. Yes, sir. Trihydric formula. Yes, that's correct. Antimony cannot form antimony pentoxide. There, my student, many of them have made again the same mistake. Antimony pentoxide, is it exist or not? Yes, sir. Antimony pentoxide will formed by with the reaction with antimony trioxide and nitric acid. The product formed will be antimony pentoxide. Antimony can form antimony pentoxide, and the statement was wrong. Antimony can form antimony pentoxide, and the statement 1 is correct, and the statement 2 is incorrect. Again, option 1. Option 1 is the correct answer. 57th question. Let's have a look on the 57th. Question number 57. Ferromagnetism is considered as an extreme form of paramagnetism. Direct one. Yes, sir. Ferromagnetism is considered as the extreme form of paramagnetism. The correct statement. And the number of unpaired electron in chromium Cr2 plus is the same as that of Nd3 plus. Wrong. Chromium. Chromium, the number of unpaired electron will be 6. But in the K comes to the Nd3 plus, it belongs, it's having a fully filled f orbital, fully filled f orbital. Then it will be a wrong statement. So statement 1 is true, but the statement 2 is false. Against option 1. Now 58th question. 58, question number 58. Which one of the following reaction does not give benzene as the product? If you are asking, sir, the question comes from hydrocarbons. You know that all in the preparation of benzene, we are studying all these three. And what is happening is a diazonium salt reacted with water to form a phenol. The diazonium salt reacted with the water to form a phenol. So this one gives the benzene, and our correct answer is option 2 is our correct answer. Option 2 is our correct answer. 59th question. Let have again once again a simple question. XCO3 hybridization as well as shape are given here, and they are kind-hearted to you that it's only actually we have to find the hybridization only, because everything are different. Hybridization is all 4 options are given as different hybridization. So if we are finding the hybridization, then also we will get the correct answer. You can see XCO3. Will start with XCO3. XCO3. Let's see what about XCO3. So XCO3 containing 8 electron, valence electron, out of which 3 is bonded with oxygen, means 3 double bonds are forming. In the VSEPR theory, we know that double bonds is taken as a 1 bond pair only. So sir, in the first one, 3 bond pair as well as then 2 electron will be free, that is 1 lone pair. So 3 bond pair and 1 lone pair, total number will be 4 pairs are present. If 4 pairs are present, that means the hybridization is always sp3 is the hybridization. Then comes to the XCF2, comes to the next one, XCF2. Again, sir, 2 bond pair, and out of which 6 is free right now. That is 3 lone pairs. 3 lone pairs. Total number will be 5. 5 is the total number. Then 4 comes, it was sp3. 5 comes, it will be sp3d. sp3d will be the answer. Now for XCOF4 again, xenon 6, 8 electron. Oxygen make 2 electron bond. 1 bond pair goes with oxygen. 4 with fluorine. Right now, how many? 5 bond pairs. 5 bond pairs as well as. Now, 6 electron is gone, right? Even 5 bond pair is formed, but 6 electron bond. 1 lone pair. Total number will be 1 lone pair. And total number will be, sir, 6 is coming right now. 6 is coming. So the hybridization is sp3d2 will be the hybridization. And what about the last one? XCF6. 6 bond pairs. 6 bond pairs are, and 1 lone pair is present there. Total number will be the 7, and the hybridization is sp3d3. Yes or no? Yes, then the answer will be the A will be 2, B will be, okay, A will be 2, B comes to 1, C comes to 4, and D comes to 3, and the answer will be option 3 is the correct answer. Then option 3 will be the correct answer. Is it okay? Simple question, very simple question. Why you are tension? Actual question was so much tough. No, not that much. Little bit tough is necessary, right? Not like last year. Last year was too easy. That's why. Again, the 60th question, number 60, the last question to now after this question we will go for some physics. So and drawing, you should have to draw the structures, but I'm not doing right now. This is a time limitation only. Yes, this question I'm guaranteed that many of you didn't get the answer, because the thing is that when they're drawing, they got 4 isomers correctly. the 4 monochloro derivative compounds correctly. Even some has guessed like, sir, 1 will be stereo, then answer will be 5. No, sir, 2 will be stereo and the answer will be 6 is the correct answer. It means C5H12 can form 6 different, including the stereoisomerism, they can form 6 monochlorinated or monohalogenated products. So let's have it now. Up to 10 questions was how which one was tough? 10 questions was okay, right? So now we'll have a discussion, little discussion on physics topics. So, sir, please. Question.
Hi dear, how are you? Hi. Hope you all enjoyed the NEET examination. 3 dangerous hours. Correct. Okay, don't worry. If it is difficult for you, it is difficult for all of you. Correct. So don't worry. Let us think about some physics questions and check whether it is really difficult or not. Is there any shortcut or something? Let us see. Okay, ready? Overall, everyone is claiming that the questions were difficult. So don't worry. Let us think about it. Question. Yeah, in question, when we think about the physics questions were lengthy. So you have to spend some time for reading and conceptualization. That was very difficult. But if you can read that 2-3 times, see, the real advantage is with biology. Hope you all wrote biology peacefully. Then you have to utilize that time. Hope you utilize that time for physics. Physics are somewhat tough. You have to write and do. Okay. So let us see few physics questions. Ready? Okay, let us try one question. The question is, the current passing through the battery in the given circuit is, see, they are giving you a bigger circuit. You have to find the current in this circuit. See, everyone thinking something like it is easy if you can calculate the current by using Ohm's law, but there is a problem. The problem is you can see there is actually a Wheaton bridge over here, and is that okay? Let us start with this question. The current passing through the battery in the given circuit is, see, the question is actually a Wheaton bridge, and it is a balanced Wheaton bridge, and you can see 5 ohm, 2.5, 3 ohm, 1.5. You know the condition for Wheaton bridge. If P by Q equal to R by S, no current will flow through the central resistor. See, here it is 5 by 2.5 and 3 by 1.5 are equal. So no current will flow through the 6 ohm, right? Now the thing is, if you are removing 6 ohm from here, then 5 and 3 will be in series. So you can calculate that 5 plus 3, that is actually series. See, 5 and 3 series. The same way 2.5 and 1.5 will be series. So how can you calculate that? First, you have to calculate the total resistance of the circuit. How can you calculate the total resistance? First, you solve the Wheaton bridge. Ready? Wheaton bridge, the no current is flowing through the 6 ohm, and 5 and 3 series, and 2.5 and 1.5 are series. So here 8 ohm and 4 ohm, 4 ohm and 8 ohm in parallel. So how can you calculate in parallel combination? 8 into 4 by 8 plus 4. So you will get the total resistance of the Wheatstone bridge, and the total resistance is equal to 8 by 3. Okay. Now that resistance is in series with the 1.5 ohm and 1 by 3. Okay. Now you can calculate the total resistance. 5.5 is also here. So we can add all those. So 5.5 plus 1.5, 7 plus this value 8 by 3 plus 1 by 3. That will be the total resistance of the circuit. Is it? So you will get C total value 30 by 3 is equal to 10 ohm. Ready? So the total resistance of the circuit is equal to 10 ohm. Now, if you are having the total resistance, how can you calculate the current? Current I is equal to V by R. Current I is equal to V by R, and the V value is given 5. 5 divided by 10 is the final answer. Ready? So, first question, the answer is 0.5 is the correct answer. Okay. Hope you got that answer, 0.5. Now, let us check the second question. Okay. Now, second question. The electric field in a plane electromagnetic wave is given by. See, they are giving you the equation for a plane electromagnetic wave. And the equation is Ez equal to 60 cos 5x plus 1.5 into 10 raised to 9. Okay. Then they are asking, can you write the equation for magnetic field? See, here the electric field is in the direction of Z axis, and the wave is traveling in the negative x-axis. See, electric field in Z direction and the wave is traveling in the negative x-axis. See, x and Z, you know, the direction of electromagnetic wave is in the direction of E cross B. Ready? See, the direction of the wave is in the direction of E cross B. So, all these three directions are mutually perpendicular. Here they gave Z axis and X axis. So, automatically the answer will be either of 1 or 2, correct? So, you have to calculate the maximum value of magnetic field, then you can locate either it is 1 or 2. Okay. Now, the thing is, you do know the equation for calculating that. You know, E0 by B0 is equal to C. So, by using this equation, you can calculate the value for B0. B0 equal to E0 is 60. Okay, 60 divided by C. C is 3 into 10 raised to 8. Okay, so you will get this as 20 into 10 raised to minus 8. And the correct option is 20 into 10 raised to minus 8 is here. Option 2 is the correct answer. Ready? So, what is the difficulty in that question? Actually, you can simply find the value because E0 and B0 will not be same. So, it is not going to be option 1. So, it will be option 2. Okay. So, it is actually an easy question. You have to think correctly. Okay. Now, the third question is, a pipe open at both ends has a fundamental frequency F in air. Okay. So, they are giving you an open pipe having fundamental frequency F. Do you know the fundamental frequency of an open pipe? The fundamental frequency of an open pipe is V by 2L. Okay. Now the question is, the pipe is dipped vertically half into water. Okay. So what happened? The length will be L by 2. If you are dipping a pipe half into water, then the length of the closed pipe will be L by 2. And do you know the fundamental frequency of the closed pipe? Fundamental frequency of a closed pipe is V by 4L. But here L is not same. Here L is half of the actual length because we are dipping half into water. Ready? Now 4 and 2 cancel. You will get V by 2L the same. See? So the correct answer is same as that of the open pipe. So correct answer is 3. Ready? So it is actually a previous question. Hope you all heard of such a question before, right? Now let us think about the fourth question. The fourth question is actually an electron moving with a speed c by 100 and is injected into a magnetic field 9 into 10 raised to minus 4 Tesla perpendicular to the direction of motion, and we are going to apply an electric field. The question is, what is the value of electric field so that the electron does not deflect? Okay, so if the electron is not deflecting, then the force due to electric field and magnetic field must be equal and opposite. Do you know the force over a charge? See, EQ is the force over a charge in an electric field. And what is the force in magnetic field? BQV is the force in magnetic field. If these two forces are equal and opposite, then the forces will cancel each other and the electron will move undeflected. Ready? So from this equation, you can calculate the value for electric field. So the value for electric field is equal to, magnetic field is given as 9 into 10 raised to minus into the value for speed is given, speed is equal to c by 100. So 3 into 10 raised to 8 by 100, that is the final answer. So final answer will be, okay, when you are checking the options, see 27 into 10 raised to 4, 27 into different options are there. 27 into 10 raised to 2 is 3 and 4. So which option you are going to select? 3 or 4 you are going to select. See, the point is, in fourth option, electric field intensity is parallel to magnetic field intensity. See, if the electric field intensity is parallel to magnetic field intensity, then the force will not cancel each other. Because force due to electric field is in the same direction of electric field, but force due to magnetic field is perpendicular to magnetic field. So that will happen only when the electric field is perpendicular to magnetic field. So the correct answer is electric field is perpendicular to magnetic field and the magnitude is 27 into 10 raised to 2. Ready? Hope you got that answer correct. Now, fifth question, in a certain camera, a combination of 4 convex lenses we are using. See, if we are combining lenses, they are asking what will be the total magnification and what will be the total power. You are having equation for total power in combination. Total power is P is equal to P1 plus P2 plus etc. Right? Here 4 lenses are there. So P plus like that. Total power will be 4P. So in two options they gave 4P. Now the thing is magnification. You heard of magnification. The total magnification is actually the product of magnification by the individual lenses. See, here 4 lenses are there. So you have to multiply all. So the correct answer is m raised to 4. So hope you all got that answer correct because it is a simple question. You know, focal length is 1 by f equal to 1 by f1 plus 1 by f2 etc. But what about power is equal to P1 plus P2 plus etc. Okay. Now, sixth question, 2 ampere current is flowing through different small circular copper coils having radii ratio 1 is to 2. They are asking the ratio of magnetic moment. You remember magnetic dipole moment, the magnetic dipole moment is equal to current into area. IA, you remember IA? Okay. So they are asking the ratio of respective magnetic dipole moment. See, here current is same 2 ampere, but the radius is different. So how can you calculate the magnetic dipole moment? Current into area. So the ratio will be current into area. You can take it is actually a circular copper coil. So if it is a circular copper coil, you can take pi r square. And the ratio you can calculate here. Current is same. Current will cancel each other, but the radius is different. So you can calculate the ratio of dipole moment like this. See, here the ratio will be R1 by R2 the whole square. So answer will be 1 by 2 whole square. Okay. So the final answer is 1 is to 4. Okay. In this question paper, they put 1 is to 2. No, they are not giving you area. They are not giving area. They are actually giving the radius.
So the final answer is not 1:2. The final answer is 1:4. Okay. See, from this 1 to 6, you remember which question was very tough. See, you calculated the magnetic field so that you got question number 2. And third, you are already familiar. You worked in different materials and all. Ready? Then in fourth question, that is actually not in the CBSE textbook now. It is actually something called a velocity selector, and that is the working principle of a velocity selector. So fourth one is actually working principle of a device actually. Fifth one is a simple question. You hope you got it. Sixth is also like that, but you are making mistakes like that. You consider that as area or something. So beware of each point. Now, seventh question is something like this. A constant voltage of 50 volt is maintained between 2 points A and B, and the current flowing through the branch CD. They are asking the current flowing through this CD. So at the first look, you feel like you have to mark the calculate I1, I2, I3 like that. Ready? See, you have to calculate all those. See, I3, I4. And here a current is there passing through this. It's actually a short circuit. Okay. Different methods are possible. Different methods are possible for solving this. Okay. So here something, if you are marking some I dash or something, then this value I3 will be equal to I1 minus I dash. Okay. And here I4 will be equal to I2 plus I dash. So while doing these types of problems, you have to reduce the number of variables. Then only you can locate the correct answer. Ready? And here you can see this 1 ohm and 3 ohm in parallel, and 2 ohm and 4 ohm in parallel. So actually one method, let us select one method to solve this problem. Okay. For that, let us think about something, calculating the total resistance. See here, C and D really touching. So it is actually a short circuit. So 1 and 3 in parallel. See, first you calculate the parallel combination 1 and 3, then 2 and 4, then they are actually in series. Ready? So 1 into 3 by 1 plus 3. Ready? Now it is actually in series with 2 and 4, 2 into 4 by 2 plus 4. So you are getting the total resistance as 3 by 4 plus 8 by 6. So the value will be 25 by 12. So the total resistance in this circuit is 25 by 12. Ready? So if you are having the total resistance, you can calculate the total current. Total current is equal to total voltage by total resistance, 25 by 12. So you will get the total current as 24 ampere. So here in this circuit, you are getting the total current as 24 ampere. Hope you understood up to this. First you calculate the total resistance, 1 and 3 in parallel, 2 and 4 in parallel, and they are actually in series. Ready? Now you have to use the Kirchhoff's loop rule for creating equations. Okay, for that you have to mark the current in the, for that let us think about I1, I2 and all. See the current over here say I1, here the current over here say I2. Here you can mark any value, no problem. Okay, now the thing is here you have to mark something. If I1 is having a value, then the parallel combination I1 into the total resistance 1, it is equal to, see, the voltage across the parallel combination is always same. So is equal to, see, 3 into I2. Can you tell me what is I2? Total current is 24 and I1 is traveling through 1 ohm. So I2 will be 24 minus I1. Okay. So you can write 24 minus I1 so that you can calculate the value for I1. Ready? Take 3 I1 to left side. So it will be 4 I1 is equal to 3 into 24. So you will get I1 is equal to 6 into 3, 18 ampere. So here you are calculating the value for I1. Ready? Now a part of the current is traveling through this. Ready? And now we have to think about the current flowing through 2 ohm. Say it is I3. Okay. If I3 is flowing through that and I1 is flowing towards the junction, then a part of the current will travel like this. Correct? And 24 minus I, see, total current is 24 ampere. So if I3 is traveling through this, automatically 24 minus I3 is flowing through 4. Okay. Now I gave you the value for I1. I1 is equal to 18 ampere. Now let us calculate the value for I3. How can we calculate the value for I3? You know, in parallel combination, the voltage is constant. So here I3 into 2 is equal to 24 minus I3 into 4. Ready? So by using that, you can calculate the value for I3. Take 4 I3 to left side. So it will be 16 ampere I3. So I3 is 16 ampere and I1 is 18 ampere. So you tell me what is the current flowing through the central short? It is 18 minus 16 ampere. So final answer will be 2 ampere. Ready? So it is actually the lengthiest question we attempted among all these 7 questions. Correct? So you have to spend time for calculating all those. First level, you have to find the total current. Then you are using either Kirchhoff's loop rule or such a logical idea, you can calculate the current flowing through seed. Ready? Now, 8th question is a lengthy question. Two gases A and B are filled at the same pressure. See, they are giving same pressure. Separate cylinders with movable pistons and the radius RA and RB. On supplying equal, see, they are giving you certain values. The questions, they are really making something lengthier. Ready? Now the system reversibly under constant pressure. Now they are giving the pistons are 16 centimeter and 9 centimeter. If the change in their internal energy is same, see, all lot of values, and they are asking the ratio of radii. Okay, actually by seeing this, you can feel like it is actually about the first law of thermodynamics. Can you tell me what is the first law of thermodynamics? The quantity of heat given to a system is equal to change in internal energy plus work. And in this problem, they told us the amount of heat supplied is same, change in internal energy is same. See, they are giving all these. Ready? Now, what is the point? If all these pressure, internal energy, all are same, then automatically change in volume will also be same. Ready? And do you know how to calculate the volume of a cylinder? Tell me volume of a cylinder, area into displacement. Okay. And the first case, pi r1 square is the area into displacement, say some x1 is equal to, see, in this problem, the change in volume is same, so that the whole question will reduce into something like this. Ready? Now pi and pi cancel. They are asking R1 by R2. So how can you calculate R1 by R2 by, no, they are asking the change in the same, the ratio RA. RA are the movable so they gave the displacement. Now they are asking the radius. So tell me how to calculate is equal to x2 by x1, and the value is 9 centimeter and 16 centimeter. So R1 by R2 will be equal to square root of 9 by 16. So final answer is 3:4. So tell me how it is. You have to read the question something like that. Then you have to reduce that into something like the change in volume is same in both these cases. Then change in volume is equal to area into displacement. Then from that displacement value, you can calculate the value for R1 by R2. Here they asked RA by RB. So final answer is 3:4 is the final answer. Ready? Now, ninth one is also a container has two chambers of volumes V1 2 liters, V2 3 liters separated by a partition made of a thermal insulator. The chambers contains, see, number of moles 5, 4, then pressure is 1 atm, 2 atm. Then they are asking, when you mix the two, what will be the pressure? Ready? So how can you calculate? Is there something conserved in this problem? Can you feel something conserved in this problem? What is conserved? See, you are actually mixing 5 mole and 4 mole, 5 mole and 4 mole. Ready? So total number of moles will be conserved, correct? So you know the equation PV equal to nRT, right? So number of moles will be PV by RT. So the total number of moles is equal to sum of individual values. Ready? Now you know the final temperature will be same because we are mixing it, correct? So you know PV by RT you can equate. So finally you will get PV equal to, tell me, P1 V1 plus P2 V2. Now by using this equation, you can calculate the value for final pressure. So tell me final pressure equal to P1 V1 plus P2 V2 by total volume. So substitute the values 1 into 2 plus 2 into 3 by, okay, final volume 5. So the final answer will be 8 by 5 equal to 1.6. See, it is actually a logical question. You have to think in this problem, the number of mole is actually conserved. Before and after, the total number of mole will be same. Ready? Let us do one more. The chemistry sir is waiting for you. See, the question is the radius of the Martian orbit around the sun is about 4 times the radius of orbit of the Mercury. Now, the Martian year is, see, Mars is taking 687 days for completing one revolution. Then they are asking what is the value for Mercury. Ready? How can you calculate? You remember the equation for Kepler's third law. T square is proportional to RQ. So you can take T1, then T2, then you can take the ratio. Then tell me what will you get? You will get T1 by T2 is equal to R1 by R2 raised to 3 by 2. Okay. So when you substitute the values, you will get it as 6. See, it will be 1 by 4, 4 times, okay, 1 by 4 raised to 3 by 2. So it will be equal to 1 by 8. So you can calculate the value for time period in Mars. Time period in Mercury is equal to T2 into 1 by 8. So they gave the value 687. So the value is 687 by 8. It is nearly 86 and the correct answer for that is 88 Earth days. Okay. So among these 10 questions, can you tell me which all questions were lengthier? See, 7th question, it was something. You have to calculate the total current, then potential and all, it was lengthy. 8th one is actually a logical question. Okay. Then 9th and all you have to write. So anyway, physics is somewhat time consuming, but if you are having the time and patience, you can actually locate the correct answer. Okay. Now I am giving the mic to the chemistry teacher. The chemistry teacher will continue. Okay. Yes.
Hi all. Compared to last year NEET examinations, the questions of chemistry are a bit confusing and tough. But most of the questions can easily find out the answer by if you have some kind of patience. So now we are going to discuss the questions from the 61. So first question is that which of the following statements are true? So you have to find out the true statement. So there are totally 5 statements are there. The first one is unlike gallium that has a very high melting point, cesium has a very low melting point. So the statement A is wrong because both gallium and cesium are soft metals and their melting point is lower than 30 degrees Celsius. So the statement A is wrong, not true. On Pauling scale, the electronegativity values of nitrogen and chlorine are not the same. Yes. So when we are taking the values of nitrogen, the electronegativity values of nitrogen, it will be around 3.14. 3.04, and chlorine is 3.16. So which is their electronegativity values are not same. So statement B also wrong. Next thing, argon, K plus ion, Cl minus ion, Ca2 plus ion, and sulfur 2 minus ion are all isoelectronic species. Yes, argon carries totally 18 electron, K plus carries totally 18 electrons, Cl minus also carries 18 electrons, Ca2 plus carries 18 electrons, S2 minus carries 18 electrons. So isoelectronic species are species that carries equal number of electrons. So statement C is right. Then the second one, the correct order of the first ionization enthalpies of sodium, magnesium, aluminum, and silicon is. So it's a very simple thing. So you already know that the first ionization enthalpy of magnesium is much greater than aluminum. So that the statement D also wrong. Then statement E, the atomic radius of cesium is greater than lithium and rubidium. Yes, right, right statement, because lithium, sodium, potassium, rubidium, cesium are elements of the same group. So as we go down the group, their atomic radius will gradually increases. So the statement E also right. Then the correct option will be option 4. Okay. It's audible, guys. If you want any kind of clarification, you can comment on it. Then the next question, the standard heat of formation in kilocalorie per mole of barium 2 plus is. So you have to find out standard heat of formation. So given standard heat of formation of SO4 2 minus ion is minus 216 kilocalorie per mole. Standard heat of crystallization of BaSO4 is minus 4.5 kilocalorie per mole. Standard heat of formation of BaSO4 is minus 349 kilocalorie per mole. So this is a kind of question that we can observe in our material. So answer is option 3. Then question number 63. Match list 1 with list 2. Humidity. So humidity, you already know that. Okay. Then next one, alloys, amalgams, smoke. Okay, type of solution. So it's a question from the solutions initial part. Okay. So it's very simple. Alloys, you already know that. Alloys are solid solutions. Okay. Then you already know that smoke is solid in gas. So from that easily find out the answer. So 63 A2. Our humidity is liquid in gas. Then amalgam, liquid in solid. So the answer will be alloy B1. B1. So A2. Okay. So option 4 is answer. So very simple question. It's a question that from the NCERT. Direct question from the NCERT. Okay. So next question is C plus 2H2 gives CH4. Delta H value they are given minus 74.8 kilojoule per mole. So which means the reaction is exothermic. So when the reaction is studied to be exothermic, it can be indicated with a negative sign. So you have to firstly find out that. And this question from the chapter chemical kinetics. And exothermic reaction, you already know that in the exothermic reaction, the enthalpy or energy of products will be lower than the reactants. Energy of product will be lower than the reactions. So such kind of graphs are 1 and 3. Then 74.8. So the correct indication is option 3. Okay. So the total energy difference is 74.8 kilojoule per mole. So the correct option is option 3. Next thing, question number 65. The question is specifically from the chapter biomolecules, and the question is sugar X. They are not giving the sugar, and they give some characteristics of the sugar is found in honey. Okay, found in honey is a keto sugar, keto sugar, keto sugar. So you can avoid our glucose. Then it is in alpha and beta anomeric form, and it is levorotatory. By considering these 4 properties, we can easily find out D fructose. Option 4 is the right answer. D fructose. It's a keto sugar. It is levorotatory, and it is alpha. And it is also already found in alpha and beta format, and found in honey. Honey means you already know that fructose is also commonly known as fruit sugar. So both 4 characteristics are satisfied for option 4, D fructose. So 66, the total number of possible isomers of cyclic ethers of molecular formula C4H8O. So you already studied this one. So the answer is option 2. 67, for the reaction A gives 2B, the backward reaction rate constant is higher than the forward reaction rate constant by a factor of 2500 at 1000 Kelvin. Find out Kp for the reaction at 1000 Kelvin is. So it's a long question. So you already know that Kc can be calculated as Kf by Kb. They are giving Kb is much greater than Kf by a factor of 2500. So Kf by 2500 into Kf. Kf and Kf get cancelled. So you will be obtain Kc as 1 by 2500. Okay. So from that you can find out Kp. Kp is equal to Kc into RT raised to delta n. So here the delta n is 1. Delta n is 1. 2 minus 1. Delta n is equal to 1. Delta n is equal to 1. So R value is there 0.0831. Okay. So 1 by 2500, that's the value of Kc. Then the R value is 0.083 into temperature is 1000. So when you are doing the calculation, so it will be, the answer will be 0.033 will be the answer. So option 1. Option 1. Okay. So now it is visible. Okay. So students, so this is a kind of simple question. So you can easily solve this question. Okay. Then the question number 68. The ratio of the wavelengths of the light absorbed by a hydrogen atom. So this question is specifically from the chapter structure of atom. Then the above question is from the chapter equilibrium. Okay. Then the ratio of the wavelengths of the light absorbed by a hydrogen atom when it undergoes N2 to N3 and N4 to N6 transition respectively is. So you can easily find out this. So by taking the ratio in 2 to 3 and 4 to 6, by taking the ratio you will get the answer option 2, 1 by 4. 1 by 4 is the answer. Okay. Then question number 69. Question number 69. So guys, please read the question number 69. If the molar conductivity lambda m of a 0.050 mole liter inverse solution of a monobasic weak acid, it is very important, monobasic weak acid is 90 Siemens centimeter square mole inverse. Its extent of dissociation will be, they are giving the lambda m values of cation and anion, and you already know that you have to find out the lambda. You have to find out the alpha. Alpha is degree of dissociation. You already studied this from the chapter electrochemistry, and you already know that lambda m by lambda 0m. Alpha is lambda m by lambda 0m. Lambda m already given in the question 90. Then lambda 0m. So it is the sum of the lambda 0m values of cation and anion. Cation is 349.6. Anion is 50.4. So it will be 400. 90 by 400. 90 by 400. So when you are doing that calculation, you will be obtained 0.225. Okay, 0.225. So option 1 is the right answer. Option 1 is the right answer. Then 70. So question is, please read the question carefully. 5 moles of liquid, 5 moles of liquid X and 10 moles of liquid Y make a solution having a vapor pressure of 70 torr. They are giving the total vapor pressure as 70 torr. Total vapor pressure as 70 torr. Then the vapor pressure of pure X and Y, they are giving the components as X and Y are 63 torr and 78 torr respectively. Which of the following is true regarding the described solution? So you can find out the P total by calculating, by using the equation P01 psi1 plus P02 psi2. So the value of P01 is 63. P01 is 63 into psi1. Okay, chi1. So first one is 5 moles. Okay, 5 by 15 plus 78 into 10 by 15. So when you are calculating this, okay, of course it will be more than 70 torr. So we expected the total vapor pressure as 70 torr, but when we are calculating, it becomes 73 torr. Okay, 73 torr. 73 torr means, which means it is higher than our expectation. Okay, so you may please consider higher than our expectation, higher than our expectation. So the solution shows positive deviation. Then the question number 71. Okay, among the following, choose the ones with the equal number of atoms. 2 and 2 gram of Na2CO3. So totally there are 6 atoms are there. Then 2 and 2 gram. 6 Na. Then you can find out the number of moles. 212 by 106. 212 by 106 means 2. 2 into 6. 12 Na. 12 Avogadro numbers. Then B, 248 gram. 248 gram. Na2O. 62. Then totally 4. 4. Sorry, 3. 3 atoms are there. 2 Na and 1 O. 3 atoms are there. Then 242 by 248 by 62, it will be equal to 4. So 3 into 4 Na. So it will be 12 Na. So A and B carries same number of atoms. Okay. So C will not. Okay. 12 gram of H2 by 6 into 2, 12 Na. Here also 12 Na. Both A, B, D carries 12 Na atoms. 12 into Avogadro number of atoms, 220 gram of CO244. No, it will not, will become the 12 Na part. So the correct option will be option 4, A, B and D only. Okay. So these questions are so simple, where if you know the concepts much well, if you already covered all the topics and all the concepts in the NCERT, so these questions can easily you can solve. Okay. So the next section will be taken by another physics faculty. Thank you.
So we are starting from the 11th question. The 11th question is this. To an AC power supply of 220 volts at 50 hertz and a resistor of 20 ohm, a capacitor of reactance 25 ohm and an inductor of reactance 45 ohm are connected in series. The corresponding current in the circuit and phase angle between the current and the voltage are respectively. So here, first we have to find the impedance of the circuit and then find the current and finally the phase angle. So here, first we need to find the impedance of the circuit and then find the current and finally the phase angle. So Z we can find it like this, root of R square plus XL minus XC the whole square. Substituting the values of XL, XC and R, we get Z. So Z will be what? Root of 800. That is 20 root 2 ohm. And what about I? I is equal to V by Z and V is I is equal to V by Z. V is already provided, that is 220 volt and Z is equal to 20 root 2. That we get as 7.8 ampere. So in the options, there are two 7.8 amperes are given. So we need to find the phases also. So the phase angle phi, how can we find this phase angle phi? That is tan inverse XL minus XC by R. That is tan inverse 45 minus 25 by 20, that is tan inverse 20 by 20, that is tan inverse 1, and it is the phase angle will be phi will be 45 degree. So the correct answer is option 3. So let us go to the next question. The next question is, a wire of resistance R is cut into 8 equal pieces. From these pieces, 2 equivalent resistors are made by adding 4 of these together in parallel. Then these 2 sets are added in series. The net effective resistance of the combination is. Here, initially we have a resistance of wire R and we are cut the wire into 8 equal parts. Therefore, the resistance will become each and every part, the resistance will become R by 8. And such 4 resistors we are connected in parallel, and again such 4 resistors in parallel, and these 2 sets are connected in series. We know that in parallel connection having the same R value, then R equivalent will be R by N. Here R is R by 8 and N is 4. And N is 4. Therefore, R by 32 is the one set is having this much equivalent resistance. Therefore, this has 2 sets, and finally we get the answer as R by 16. So the answer is option 4. Now let us move to the next question. The next question is, the output Y of the given logic implementation is similar to the output of a dash gate. So a NOR gate is given, and NAND gate is given, and an AND gate is given. First one is a NOR gate. So the output will be like this. A plus B the complement, and the second case it's an AND gate and the output will be A dot B complement. And when we put it into the AND gate, we get A plus B complement dot A dot B complement. And finally, on solving this, we'll be getting A plus B complement, and this is equivalent circuit of a NOR gate. This is equivalent circuit of a NOR gate. So let us move to the next one. The question number 14. 2 identical charged conducting spheres A and B have their center separated by a certain distance. Charge on each sphere is Q and the force of repulsion between them is F. A third identical charge conducting sphere is brought in contact with the sphere A first and then with B and finally removed from both. Now, force of repulsion between the spheres A and B. The radii of A and B are negligibly compared to the distance of separation, so that for calculating force between them, they can be considered as point charges as the best winners. So there are 4 options, and from this initially the force between A and B is given by F is equal to KQ square by R, since both the charges are same. And when C is touches with A, the charge is shared equally between QA dash and that is A and C. The charge is equally shared between A and C. Therefore, we can say that QA dash is equal to QC dash, that is Q by 2. Similarly, when C with charge Q by 2 touches with B with charge Q, then the charge is equally shared as such that the both of them, let it be QB dash and the other is QZ dash, they will get the charge as 3Q by 4. After C is removed, the charges of A and B are QA dash is Q by 2 and QB B dash is 3Q by 4. And the new force between these two charges will be what? F dash will be KQA dash KQB dash by R square, and substituting this values of QA dash as well as QB dash, we get it finally as 3 by 8 F. So option 1 is the right answer. So let us move to the next question. So this is a very simple question which we have already solved in our material. And consider the diameter of a spherical object being measured with the help of a vernier caliper. Suppose it is 10 vernier scale divisions are equal to its 9 MSD. The least count is given, and we know that the least count is given if main scale reading for the diameter M is 5 centimeter. The number of coinciding vernier divisions is 8. The measured diameter after zero correction is. So here we need to find the measured diameter, and we know that the least count of vernier caliper is what? The least count of vernier caliper is 0.01 centimeter, and measured diameter will be MSR plus LC into VSR. So that is MSR is 5 centimeter plus 8 into 0.01 centimeter, that is 5.08 centimeter is the measured diameter. And here we need to include what? Zero correction also. So including the zero correction, we get the corrected diameter. Let it CD, the corrected diameter will be what? 5.08 centimeter minus 0.1 centimeter, that is the zero correction, and we get here 4.98 centimeter as the answer. Option 4 is the answer. So let us go to the next question, the question number 16. In some appropriate units, time t and position x relation of a moving particle is given by t is equal to x square plus x, the acceleration of the particle is. Here, the position as well as time relation is given, that is t is equal to x square plus x. And we need to find what? Acceleration. We can use chain rule here. dt by dx is equal to 1 by dx by dt. We can use chain rule here. That is acceleration d square x by dt square is equal to d by dt of 1 plus 2x plus 1. 2x plus 1 is the derivative of t with respect to x. And we get here as the answer d square x by dt square is equal to minus 2 by 2x plus 1 the whole square into 1 by 2x plus 1, that is minus 2 by 2x plus 1 the whole cube. Option 3 is the right answer. Option 3 is the right answer. So now let us move to the next question, that is question number 17. Which of the following options represent the variation of the photoelectric current with the property of light shone in the x-axis? So we have given 4 different graphs, and we know that in the photoelectric effect, the photoelectric current is directly proportional to what? The intensity of the incident light, and the photoelectric current does not depend upon what? The frequency. Therefore, the option 2 is correct. A only. A is the right answer to this question. 17th question. And let us move to the next question. And a particle of mass m is moving around the origin with constant force F pulling it towards the origin. If the Bohr model is used to describe its motion, the radius r of nth orbit and the particle speed v in the orbit depends on ns. So we need to find the relation between n and r as well as n and velocity. So here we know that the centripetal force F is equal to mv square by r and the angular momentum mvr is equal to nh cross. Substitute equating these two, we'll be getting what F is equal to n square h cross square by mr cube, and solving for r we get r is proportional to n raised to 2 by 3. So that is the first relation, r proportional to n raised to 2 by 3. From here we came to know that option 4 is the right answer. And moving on to the next question, question number 19. A bob of heavy mass m is suspended by a light string of length L. The bob is given a horizontal velocity v0 as shown in the figure. If the string gets slack at some point P, making an angle theta with a horizontal, the ratio of the speed V of the bob at the point P to its initial speed V0. So here we are applying conservation of energy. The initial kinetic energy is half v naught square. The potential energy at the point P relative to the initial position is what? mgl into 1 plus sine theta. Kinetic energy at the point P is half mv square. By conservation of energy, we can write half mv naught square is equal to half mv square plus mgl into 1 plus sine theta. So solving this, we will be getting the value of v0. V0 is equal to v square plus 2gl 1 plus sine theta. At the point P, the tension T is 0. So the centripetal force is provided only by the component of the gravity along the string. So we can write T plus mg sine theta is equal to mv square by L. Substituting T is equal to 0, we get v square is equal to gl sine theta. And substituting v square, we get v square in this equation. Substituting v square in this equation, we get v naught square is equal to gl sine theta plus 2gl into 1 plus sine theta. Solving this, we get v naught square is equal to gl into 2 plus 3 sine theta. And dividing v square by v naught square, we get gl sine theta by gl into 2 plus 3 sine theta. That is sine theta by 2 plus 3 sine theta. And sine theta by 2 plus 3 sine theta, the option 1 is the answer. Taking the square root, the option 1 will be the answer. Then come to the next question. Here we have given the full wave rectifier circuit with diodes D1 and D2 as shown in the figure. If the input supply voltage V in is equal to 220 sine pi 100 pi t volt, then at 15 millisecond will be. So substituting t as 15 millisecond, we get V input is equal to 200 sine 3 pi by 2. So drawing the graph, we get sine 3 pi by 2 will be negative. So this will be negative and this side will be positive, and diode 1 is reverse biased, and diode D2 will be what? Forward bias. So option 3 is the right answer. So the next question is, so moving on to the next question. A balloon is made of a material of surface tension S and its inflation outlet has small area A. It is filled with a gas of density rho and takes a spherical shape of radius r. When the gas is allowed to flow freely out of it, its radius r changes from r to 0 in time t. If the speed v of r of the gas is coming out, the balloon depends on r. So here we need to find each and every value, alpha, beta, gamma, delta and all. So we know that here t is proportional to s raised to alpha, a raised to beta, delta raised to gamma, and r raised to rho raised to gamma and r raised to delta, and substituting both the sides, right hand side and the left hand side, will be getting it like this. If we are doing the dimensional analysis for this mass, we get 0 is equal to alpha plus gamma, and alpha will be minus gamma. And what about length? On substituting both the sides, length, we get 0 is equal to 2 beta minus 3 alpha 3 gamma plus delta. That is 0 is equal to 2 beta plus 3 gamma plus delta. 1 is equal to minus 2 alpha, and alpha will be minus 1 by 2. So seeing the options, gamma is positive half and alpha is half. Gamma is positive half and alpha is half. The option is the correct option is option number 4. Coming to the next question, the microscope has an objective of focal length 2 cm, eyepiece of focal length 4 cm, and tube length of 40 cm. If the distance of the distinct division of eye is 25 cm, the magnification in the microscope is what? This we can find using the equation L is equal to V0 plus UE, and V0 plus UE can be written as FED by FE plus T, and here thereby we can find out the value of V0, and then using 1 by V0 is equal to 1 by U0 plus 1 by F0 equation, we can find out the value of U0. Since F0 and U0 we got, then we can substitute it in the magnification equation, that is M is equal to V0 by U0 into 1 plus D by FE, and here we get the answer as 125. Therefore, the option 3 is the right answer to this question 22. And moving on to the next question, two identical point masses P and Q suspended from the two separate massless springs of spring constant K1 and K2 respectively oscillate vertically if their maximum speeds are the same. The ratio AQ is to AP of the amplitude AQ of mass Q and the amplitude AP of mass P is. Here, since the maximum velocity, the maximum speed are same, we can write that A omega is a constant, that is A1 omega 1 is equal to A2 omega 2. So A1, instead of omega, we can write K1 by M is equal to A2 root of K2 by M. Therefore, A P root of K1 by M is equal to AQ root of K2 by M, and rearranging will be getting AQ by AP is equal to root of K2 by K1. Therefore, the answer, fourth option is the right answer to this question. Then, the next question is question number 24. A parallel plate capacitor made of circular plates is being charged such that the surface charge density of its plates is increasing at a constant rate of time. Magnetic field arising due to the displacement current is. This is exactly the same question which is given in our material. Therefore, the answer, the option 4 is the right answer. It's a direct question. Non-zero everywhere with maximum at the imaginary cylindrical surface connecting peripherals of the plates. Then, the next question is, an electric dipole with dipole moment 5 into 10 raised to minus 6 cm is aligned with the direction of the uniform electric field of magnitude 4 into 10 raised to 5 Newton per coulomb, and the dipole is then rotated through an angle of 60 degrees with respect to the electric field, the change in the potential energy of the dipole. So we know that change in potential energy we can write as P into cos theta 1 minus cos theta 2. And what is theta 1? Theta 1 is 0 degree and theta 2 is 60 degree. Substituting these two thetas in the values, we will be getting potential energy as 1 joule. So right answer is option number 1. So now the other questions will be discussed by our chemistry faculty. So thank you.
My dear students, welcome back. Okay, so last we discussed about the question number 120. We are starting from 121, which is which of the following microbe is not involved in the preparation of household products? Okay, we studied that Lactobacillus, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, and Propionibacterium shermani. These three microbes are we studied in household product. So the answer will be Aspergillus niger, which would produce citric acid, and a Trichoderma polysporum, which produces cyclosporine. So the answer will be A and C. Okay, so the next question 123. Role of the water vascular system in echinoderms is, okay, the answer will be respiration and locomotion. We studied that respiration and locomotion, excretion is absent. Okay, so capture and transportation of food materials, digestion, which is not done by water vascular system. So the answer will be A and C only, option 3. 123, 3, A and C only. Okay, next question 124. After maturation, in primary lymphoid organ, the lymphocyte migrate for interaction with the antigen to secondary lymphoid organs. So the question is, which are secondary lymphoid organs? Which organs are called secondary lymphoid organ? We know that thymus and bone marrow, these two are not primary lymphoid organs. So the answer will be C, D, and E. Option 1. 124, 1. Next, 125. Match the following. 125. Okay, the evil-caught trait is called the causes of biodiversity loss is called evil-caught trait. Ex situ conservation, cryopreservation, lantana, alien species invasion, dodo, extinction. So 125. The answer will be 3. A3, B1, C2, and D4. Next one, 130. Next question is 130. Frog respire in water by skin and buccal cavity, and on land by skin, buccal cavity, and lungs. Okay, we know that frog can respire in water only by skin, not by buccal cavity. And the second statement is correct. So the answer is the statement first one. The statement first one is false and the second one is true. The statement is false for water and true for land. So the answer will be option 4. Okay, next one 132. Twins are born to a family that lives next door to you. The twins are boy and a girl. Which of the following must be true? If it is a boy and girl, which will be produced by two separate ovum and two separate sperms, which is called they are fraternal twins. They are fraternal twins. Option number 3, 132. Option number 3. Okay, next one, 134. In frog, a renal portal system is special venous connection that act to linger. Okay, portal circulation. We know that our body have hepatic portal circulation, hypophyseal portal circulation, like that. Frogs have a renal portal circulation which interconnects in between kidney and the lower part of the body. So the answer is 134, option 1. Next one, 135. Match the following. Okay, which are hormones produced by different part of our body, which is heart to produce ANF, atrionatriuretic factor. Kidney, which produce erythropoietin. Gastrointestinal tract, secretin, adrenal cortex, aldosterone. So the answer is option A. A3, B1, C4, and D2. Okay, next question 136. 136. Cardiac activities of heart are regulated by nodal tissue, special neural center in medulla, and adrenal medullary hormones. We know that adrenal medullary hormones can also involve in adrenaline, and noradrenaline can also involve in cardiac activities of heart. So the answer will be A, B, and C. Okay, it is a contradictory question. Adrenal cortical hormones can also influence heart a little bit. Okay, so next one, 137. Streptokinase, 137. Streptokinase is produced by streptococcus, used for streptococcus. Okay, streptococcus produce streptokinase, which is used as clot buster, which remove blood clot from blood vessel. It is used as blood clot remover. Next one, 140. 140. Question number 140. Neoplastic cells, which means tumor cells, characterized of cells refers to a mass of proliferating cells, which is true, which is proliferating very fast, rapid growth, very fast growth, invasion and damage to surrounding tissue, which invade normal tissues. They are not confined in original location, that can be spreadable. So the answer will be 140. Answer will be A, B, and C, option 3. Next one, 143. Which one of the following enzymes contain heme as their prosthetic group? Okay, which is from cofactor. Their prosthetic group heme, which is present in peroxidase and catalase. Here you can see the option catalase in there. So the answer is catalase. 133. Sorry, 143. 1. Next, 144. Emphysema. Emphysema, that is a disease caused by 144. Emphysema, which is caused by damage of alveolar valves and a decreased respiratory surface. Angina pectoris, acute chest pain, which when not enough oxygen is reaching to our heart muscle. Option C, glomerulonephritis, inflammation of glomeruli, tetany, rapid spasms. So A2, B3, C4, and D1, which is option 1. 144, 1. Next one, 146. Which of the following statement is correct about the location of male frog copulatory pad? We know that in male frogs, their forelimbs, the first digit of their forelimbs have a copulatory pad which helps in reproduction. So the answer will be first digit of forelimb, option 146, 1 first digit of forelimb. Next question, 150. 150. Match list 1 with list 2. Okay, which is when you look into it, you can identify that it say about the structure of sperm. Head region of sperm, 150. Head region of sperm contain haploid genetic material. Middle piece which produce energy. Acrosome carries enzymes. Tail help in sperm motility. So 150, the answer will be 2. A4, B3, C1 and D2. Next question, 155. 155. Okay, which is about cancer, which are correct? 155. Okay, computer tomography and magnetic resonance imaging detect cancer of internal organ. We know that CT scan and MRI is also used to identify cancerous growth. So it is a true statement. Next one, chemotherapeutic drugs are used to kill non-cancerous cells. Oh no, no, it is not, which is used to kill cancerous cells. So the option is wrong. Alpha interferon activate the cancer patient's immune response that help in destroying tumor. We know that for treating cancer, we use alpha interferon to initiate the immunological response of the patient. So the option is correct, A and C. So the option will be A and C is there. So we did not want to take a look into the next options. Okay, chemotherapeutic drugs are biological response modifiers, wrong. In the case of leukemia, blood cell count are decreased. No, it increases blood cell count. Okay, so the answer will be 155, 1. Next, 156, one of the easy question. Okay, direct question from NCRT. Name the class of enzyme that usually catalyze the following reaction. ST, plus S dash gives S plus S dash G, which is the function of a transferase enzyme, which is a function of a transferase enzyme. Next, 157. Okay, find the correct statement. In human pregnancy, the major organ systems are formed at the end of 12 week. That we know. In human pregnancy, major organ systems are formed 8 weeks. No, it is wrong, because major organ systems are formed in first trimester, completion of first trimester, which is 3 months or 12 week. In human pregnancy, heart is formed after 1 month. Okay, we know that heart is formed within 2 weeks, not after 2 months. Sorry, 1 month. In human pregnancy, limbs and digits develop the end of second month. In human pregnancy, the appearance of hair is usually observed in 5th month. Okay, so A and E is correct, and D and C is also correct. So we cannot completely answer this question. Two different options, which is option A and option 2 may be the right answer. So it is a contradictory question. Okay, that might be maybe get cancelled. So A and E or A, C, D, E may be the answer. Next one, 158. Which of the following is an example of non-distilled alcoholic beverages produced by yeast? The non-distilled drinks are beer and wine. Here the option beer is there. 158 4. Next one, 159. Given below two statements. In RNA world, RNA is considered the first genetic material evolved to carry out essential life processes. RNA acts as genetic material and also act as catalyst for some important biochemical reaction in living system. Being reactive, RNA is unstable. Okay, these all statements are present in your NCERT where RNA world under the topic RNA world. Okay, DNA evolved from RNA and a more stable genetic material. It double helical strand being complementary, resist changes by evolving repairing mechanism. So these the two answers, the two statements are correct. So option 2 is correct. 159 option 2 is correct answer. 159 2 is correct answer. Okay, next one, 161. Question number 161. Okay, that is a picture of which of the following diagram correctly is correct with regard to PCT and DCT, proximal convoluted tubule and distal convoluted tubule. This is the picture which is present in your excretion +1 topic, +1 chapter excretion. There is a picture of nephron where different kinds of absorptions are happening. So 161. When you look into this picture, option 3 is the correct one. Option 3 is the correct one, which is specifically present in your NCERT text. The picture is present in your chapter. Okay, next year 162. Which of the pattern of inheritance for polygenetic trait? Which pattern is shown by polygenetic trait? We know that polygenetic trait does not obey Mendelian law. Okay, codominance, multiple allelism or incomplete dominance, pleiotropy, polygenic inheritance, which does not allow the rules of Mendel. So it is a non-Mendelian inheritance pattern. Option 3, 162, 3. Okay, next one, 166. 166. Okay, which of the following are the post-transcriptional event in eukaryotic cell? After transcription, what happens? Okay, we know that after transcription in eukaryote, okay, transport of pre-mRNA to cytoplasm prior to splicing. Okay, that is wrong. Sorry, option 166. Okay, next one, removal of introns and joining exons. So that happens. Okay, next addition of methyl guanosine triphosphate in 5' addition of adenosine residue or adenylate residue in 3' end and base pairing of two complementary strands, which does not happen. And A is also does not happen. So the answer will be 166. The answer will be option 3, B, C and D. Next question 168. Match the following. Match the following. You see one. Hershey and Martha Chase. Okay. They identified DNA as genetic material. Euchromatin. Euchromatin is loosely packed. Frederick Griffith used the Streptococcus pneumoniae for their experiment. Heterochromatin is densely packed. So 168, the answer will be option 4, A4, B3, C1 and D2. Okay, next question 169. Direct question. Which chromosome in human genome has the highest number of genes? Which is chromosome number 1. Chromosome number 1 has highest number of genes. Which has the lowest number of genes? Chromosome number 1, 231 genes. Chromosome number 1 has 2968 number of genes. So the answer will be chromosomal number 1. Okay, next question 170. 170. What are the potential drawback in adoption of IVF method? Okay, we know that IVF in vitro, what are the drawbacks, disadvantages of IVF method? High fatality risk to mother. 170. High fatality risk. No, there is no fatality risk. Okay, expensive instruments. Okay, that is right. It is too much expensive. Husband and wife necessary for being donors. No, they are not needed. Less adoption to orphans. That is true. And not available in India. No, it is present in India. Possibility that the early embryos does not survive. There is high chance of death to the embryo. So, which are the true statements? B, D, and F. So the answer will be 170, option 2, B, D, and F. Next one, 171. Which one of the following is an example of ex situ conservation? Which one is an example of ex situ conservation? Okay, we know that in ex situ conservation, animals or plants which are conserved from their removing from their normal habitat, they are conserved in an artificially or humanly created habitat. Which examples are zoo and botanical garden. So ex situ conservation, examples of ex situ conservations are zoo and botanical garden. So 171, option 4. Next 175. 175. Which of the organism cannot fix nitrogen? Okay, the organism which cannot fix nitrogen, acetobacter, that can acetobacter, oscillatoria, anaebina, and nostoc, they are nitrogen fixates. Okay, they can fix atmospheric nitrogen, but volvox cannot. So the answer will be option D only. Option D. Okay, which means option 3, D only. D only. 175, 3. Okay, the last question of zoology. The last question of zoology, 176. While trying to find out the characteristic of a newly found animal, a researcher did the histology of an adult animal and observed a cavity with the presence of mesodermal tissue towards the body wall, but no mesodermal tissue was observed towards the alimentary canal. What would be the possible coelom that animal? Okay, this is an indirect question. Okay, which says about there is a cavity. There is a cavity in between their body wall and gut wall, but it is not completely lined by mesoderm. So the answer will be pseudocoelomate. We know that in pseudocoelomate there is a cavity in between their body wall and gut wall, but it is not completely covered by mesoderm. Mesoderm is present, but a scattered pouches. So the answer will be option 3. Okay, that's all the questions that is from zoology. Okay, if you have any doubt regarding any questions that we discussed, just comment it. We will explain it later. Okay, thank you. Bye. Okay, so when we look at the questions that is from the zoology topic, which is comparatively easy. Direct questions are there. A lot of direct questions are from their NCRT, and most of them are previous questions. And most of the questions are from AIME's normal academic book. Okay, our material has a lot of around 70 or 80% of questions that is directly asked in this question. This NEET exam. Not only zoology, but also all topics, all other subject has the same effect. Almost 70 to 80% questions are directly from our classroom discussion or from our material. Okay, if you want to study like that, please join AIME Academy. Okay, so next year chemistry, Andu sir will be joining to talk about the questions or discuss the questions that is asked in NEET. Okay.
Ten. It's not okay. So, well, already I think they covered the questions up to 70 in chemistry. So there is one correction that is in the first 46th question. You can see that here actually the ester is becoming aldehyde only. It's a partial, not a partial, complete reduction. It's partial reduction. Okay, it's a complete reduction makes it a alcohol, but here it's formed a aldehyde only. So responsible for this one will be always option 4 will be the correct answer. I'm discussing that I made a mistake, so I'm correcting it. Option 4 is the correct answer. Up to 70 we had discussed, right? Now we can discuss from 71 onwards. Yes. 71 first question. So, okay, among the following, choose the one with the equal number of atoms. So, very simple question. Once again, a simple question. So, why is generally it's comment is coming? It's a very tough exam. It's not a tough exam. It's a very simple question. So, number of among the following, choose the one with the equal number of atoms. That's the question. So simply find the number of moles and make it to atom. You can see that it will containing 2 moles. 2 divided by 1062 moles is coming. And the number of atom will be one containing actually 2 sodium, 1 carbon, and 3 oxygen. That is 6. That is into Na. Total number will be just 12 into Na. 12 into Na. 12 Na. Next one. You can see that in the case of Na2O, 62, that means 4 is coming. And number of atom there will be 3. So again, 4 into 3, that is 12 Na. 12 Na. And next you can see that there is total number of moles will be 6. And the number of atom will be 3. That is 18 Na. It's 18 Na. So 12 Na, 12, 18. And for option D, so 6. 12 by 2, 6. 6 into 2, again, 6 into 2, that is 12 Na. And for the last one, you can see that it's containing 5 moles. That's 5 moles into number of atom will be 3, that's 15 Na. So, sir, you can see that 12 Na is coming for option A, B as well as D. A, B, D is the correct answer. And your option is option number 4 is the correct answer for the question 71st question. The correct answer is option 4. Simple question. Simple. It's a very simple question. For the next question, we'll have a discussion for the next question. Everyone is tired actually. Which of the following are paramagnetic? Once again, a simple question from coordination compounds. Which among the following is paramagnetic? You can see that in the case of NiCl4, Na2 plus 3DH comes as 3DH. Remember, now it's simply take in mind 3DH. But 3DH means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Containing to lone pair, paramagnetic. It's paramagnetic. And what for NaCO4 is coming same, but the thing is that 3D8 for us 2, but the thing is that sir, CO is a strong field ligand. Due to that pairing happens, this will pair each other, and as a result, it become no unpaired electrons will be present right now. It's become diamagnetic. And for option C also, again, I'm not explaining, I'm not wasting the time. Again, Cn is a strong field ligand. Again, pairing will happen. Again, diamagnetic. And for the option D, for the D, you can see that, sir, water act as a weak field ligand. As we know that water can act as both strong field ligand as well as weak field ligand. Here it is act as a weak field ligand, so it becomes para, dia, para. And for triphenyl phosphine, again a strong field ligand, sir, dia. So para, A as well as D is para, and the answer is option number 1 is the correct answer because they contain the lone pair electrons. Unpaired electrons. They contain the unpaired electrons. Due to the presence of unpaired electrons, they will act as a paramagnetic. Let's go to the next question. Question number 73. Again, shocking actually. All the questions are easy. If you have time, T half for a first order reaction is 1 minute, and then time required for 99.9% completion of reaction is process 2. Then you can use the integrated rate equation to find it, or the simple method that I can teach you, that is the relationship between T99.9 and T half. That is T99.9 is equal to 10 into T half. Directly it is given as T half is 1 minute, so 10 into T half, answer will be 10 minutes. Simple. Even fraction of seconds are required, maximum seconds for the question answer, finding the answer. So tricks and everything was discussed with you. Next, again, it's looking like a big question, but it's nothing. Energy and radius of first Bohr orbit of He plus and La2 plus. We know that the equation to find the energy, that is En is equal to minus 2.18 into 10 raised to minus, En is equal to minus 2.18 into 10 raised to minus 18 Z square divided by N square. As well as, you know, the equation for the radius Rn is equal to 0.52 into N square divided by Z, and this will be you'll get in angstrom only. But the option it is given is picometer. So simply putting the value there, you will get that the energy will be energy of the lithium will be minus 8.72 into 10 raised to minus 18, as well as radius of the lithium will be 26.4 picometer. Please, you are getting the answer in angstrom. You should have to make it in picometer. And the helium, the energy will be minus 19.62 into 10 raised to minus 18, and for the helium, the radius will be 17.6 picometer. It can be easily find, no problem. Because the division will be 1 will be 2 and 1 will be 3. That's all. That's all. Answer is option 4 is the correct answer. Again, a simple question. Let another. Among the given compounds 1 to 3, the correct order of the bond dissociation energy of carbon hydrogen bond marked with asterisk mark. Asterisk mark is given between the carbon. Idea is simple, sir. S character increases. Electronegativity increases. S character increases, electronegativity increases. That means they become closer. As a result, bond length decreases, bond strength increases. Yes or no? You can see that, sir. Here the carbon is sp2 hybridized. Here the carbon is sp hybridized, and here the carbon is sp3 hybridized. More percentage for sp. More percentage for sp means this will become first. One for the sp2. Another second. Third one. So 2 is greater, 2 is highest, then will come the 1, and then will come the 3, and answer is option again 3. Option 3 is the correct answer. Again, once again, the simple questions from simple idea. The next question. Again, the next question. Dalton's atomic theory could not be explained. Could not explain which of the following. That also we discussed many times. We had already discussed about these things and all. Law of multiple proportion is there, sir. Law of conservation of mass is there, sir. Law of constant proportion is also there, sir. But law of gaseous volume, he did not explain. The reason is simply that Dalton actually did not make any distinction between the smallest particle of an element, that is atom, as well as the smallest particle of a compound called a molecule. He didn't do that distinction. As a result, he cannot explain the law. His law does not. Dalton's atomic theory does not explain the law of gaseous volume, and the answer is option 2. Let's see. Next question, 77. Another question again. Direct NCERT. Identify the correct order against the property mentioned. We know that H2O. First one, dipole moments. H2O greater, NH3 CHCl3. Correct order. Identify the correct order, sir. It's correct, sir. It's given there, sir. And second one, XCF, number of lone pair. There is a wrong, sir. You know that, sir. XCF2 containing more number of lone pair electron. XCF2 containing more number of lone pair electrons. So it's wrong, sir. And again, directly from NCERT, the bond length that is given there. This one is exactly given. OH, CH, NO. What about the bond length? That is in reverse order. OH have the least bond length. This is the correct order. So this one is also given as wrong. And again, the bond enthalpies are triple bond nitrogen, sir. O2 double bonds, H2 single bond. So option A and D are correct only. So the answer is option 3, 77. Option 3 is the correct answer. Simple direct question. Again from biomolecules, vitamin B12 is responsible for pernicious anemia. And what about vitamin D? Vitamin D, rickets. Vitamin B2 for chiliosis. And vitamin B6 for, then the last one, that is called convolution. And the answer is option A for B3, C1, and D2. Option 4. Direct question, direct answer. Once again. 7 also direct. See, as we know that electron donation increases, basic character increases. Now, this is the question. The correct order of decreasing basic strength of the given amines. We know that. That is benzene amine, which have the least, because only electron pulling is there, not electron giving. So least one is benzene amine. Then with this gives N-methyl aniline. N-methyl aniline. One pulling group as a giving group is there. And what about another? That's ethanamine. And what about the last one? N-ethyl ethanamine. N-ethyl ethanamine. Yes, secondary, sir. Secondary. CH2CH3. CH2CH3. Secondary. Giving electron will be more for this one. So N-ethyl ethanamine having the highest base is D. Then go with the ethanamine. Then go with the N-methyl ethanamine and the least 4 benzenamine. And the answer is option A is the correct answer. Ethyl ethanamine, ethanamine, and methylamine and benzene. Option 79. The correct answer is option 1. The last one, 80th question once again. So how you can tell it? All the chemistry questions are tough, please. It's not. Maybe I got the many comments that physics may be a little bit lengthy questions or it takes too much time for getting the answer. That's the only thing. You can see the correct order of the wavelength of the light absorbed by the following complexes. Sir, is given as octahedral, tetrahedral, again once octahedral. And we know that, sir, the wavelength of the light absorbed is inversely proportional to the crystal field splitting theory, crystal field splitting energy, wavelength of the light absorbed. Wavelength of light absorbed is inversely proportional to crystal field splitting energy. Wavelength of the light absorbed is inversely proportional to the crystal field splitting energy. So the answer is B. B is the least one. Yes, sir. B. A. Then D. And the highest for the C. And the option is option 4 is the correct answer. 80th question, option 4 is the correct answer. All the questions we have discussed right now and before also, one simple only. I expect actually the 100% answers as well as result from you all. And one more schedule will be the 10 question will be remaining and it will be taken by Arun sir. He will take the question. So okay, now we have another section of physics. Let's have a section of physics again. Okay.
Hi dear, let us continue with the question number 26. There are two inclined surfaces, equal length and the angle of inclination 45 degree. One is rough one and one is a perfectly smooth one. Ready? Now they are giving you a connection. Takes time 2 times as much on the rough surface. Ready? And you have to calculate the value for coefficient of kinetic friction. Okay, how can you do this problem? See, it is actually about an inclined plane. Do you know about an inclined plane? See, in an inclined plane, you can resolve mg into two components and mg sine theta will be acting downward. So the acceleration will be g sine theta. Ready? Force is mg sine theta, so the acceleration is g sine theta. But in a rough inclined plane, it is not the case. In a rough inclined plane, there will be an upward frictional force. You know the equation for frictional force over an inclined plane, mu mg cos theta. Ready? So here the acceleration is not g sine theta. Here the acceleration is g sine theta minus mu g cos theta. Ready? So level 1, we calculated the acceleration in the two surfaces. One is a smooth surface, so acceleration is g sine theta. Next one is a rough one. The acceleration is g sine theta minus mu g cos theta. Ready? Now, you know equation v equal to u plus at, all those equations. See, this is actually a movement in straight line and the length is same in both the cases. So you can use half at square. Ready? So by using that equation, you can write t is equal to root 2l by acceleration. In the first case, the acceleration is g sine theta. And in the second case, see, t1 is like that, t2 is equal to root of 2, length is same, okay? But the acceleration is g sine theta minus mu g cos theta, okay? Now they are giving you a connection, t2 is equal to 2 times t1, okay? Hope you understood. See, now substitute the value for t2 and t1, then you can cancel L and all, theta value is given 45, then finally you can calculate, the answer will be 0.754, okay? So substitute the values and the final answer will be 0.75. So is that a simple question? You have to think about the acceleration in the rough surface and smooth surface. Then you think about second level. So it is actually a two-level problem. Then solving the two levels, you will get the correct answer. For that problem, it is 0.75. Now the next question is the de Broglie wavelength of an electron orbit. See, you heard about de Broglie wavelength lambda equal to h by mv. But in this case, they are not giving any velocity and all, but they are giving you the Bohr radius. You know what is Bohr radius? The radius of the first orbit is called Bohr radius. Ready? So what is the idea you can use? You heard about the de Broglie's explanation for Bohr's second postulate. Okay, what is that? The electron is not a particle. Electron is a wave, and the wave will exist only when the circumference equal to n times the wavelength. So here we are having an equation n lambda equal to 2 pi r, or you can calculate the de Broglie wavelength lambda. Lambda is equal to 2 pi r by n. Ready? Now substitute the values. You can obtain the, okay. And r value, you know, r is equal to n square times the Bohr radius. Okay, so one more n will come. So this is not simply like that. Lambda is equal to 2 pi r divided by n. And here you can substitute r as n square times r0. Now one n will be cancelled. So the answer will be, come on. Okay, now substituting 2 into pi into n is given as 2 and Bohr radius is given as 0.52 nanometer. So you will get the final answer. Final answer is 0.06, no, 0.67 nanometer is the final answer. Okay, so how to solve that problem? By using the equation n lambda equal to 2 pi r. But it is actually in NEET and all, they are asking one level question normally, but they are asking two level questions this year. See, n lambda equal to 2 pi r, that is one level. Then substituting the value for r is equal to n square times r0. That is why the answer is changing. Okay, here you can calculate the value. Final answer is 0.67 nanometer. Now the next question is, sun is rotating around, okay, 27 days, rotating itself in 27 days. What will be the period of revolution if the sun were to expand twice its present radius? See, if the sun is orbiting in another orbit having radius double that of the actual value, then twice its present radius. So you can calculate the, okay, what is the equation you are selecting? In this case, it is actually a problem for moving in a circular path. Okay, and here the radius is changing. So you can think about the law of conservation of angular momentum. See, you know, law of conservation of angular momentum, I1 omega 1 equal to I2 omega 2. And omega, you know, 2 pi by t. So you can write I1 by, see, substituting the value for omega, 2 pi and 2 pi cancel. So you will get I1 by T1 equal to I2 by T2. Okay, and here they are not giving the value for moment of inertia. Instead, they are giving you the value, the radius is doubling. You know, the radius Okay, so here the radius is doubling and the moment of inertia, for a sphere it is 2 by 5 mr square. Now substituting the value for 2 by 5 mr square in this equation, you can write it as r1 square by t1 equal to r2 square by t2. Okay, now you can substitute the value for r. So you will get t2 is equal to, see, 2 square, radius square will come. So it will be 4 times t1 and the final answer will be 4 times 27 and that is given. It is 108 days. Ready? So it is actually level is there, but you can actually solve that problem. I1 omega 1 equal to I2 omega 2. Now the next question is actually from the error analysis. It is actually deleted from the textbook, but hope you know how to handle this thing. Physical quantity and the dependence is given. The dependence is P equal to A cube B square by C into root D. You know the error analysis. See, delta P by P is equal to 3 times delta A by A plus 2 times delta B by B plus delta C by C plus C root D, you can write half of delta D by D. Now you can directly substitute the percentage values, 1%, so 3 into 1% plus 2 times B value is 3%, 2 times 3 again plus 2% plus half into 4%, and that is the final answer. So when you add all these, you will get 13%. So it is actually a direct question. If you know how to calculate the final percentage error, then you can simply calculate that value. Okay, so in these questions, really you have to try. See, 26 is actually like that. You have to take two situations. One is a smooth surface, one is a rough surface. 27 you can calculate, but the child must be aware of the equation. De Broglie's explanation for Bohr's second postulate. Third one is actually the law of conservation of angular momentum. The question number 29 is actually finding the total percentage error. Ready? Now question number 30 is actually about a parallel plate capacitor. See, you know about parallel plate capacitor, but the question is entirely different. In a parallel plate capacitor, you are placing a dielectric. Okay, and there is equation for the capacitance of a capacitor with a dielectric slab. Okay, and the equation is epsilon 0 A by D minus T plus T by K is the equation for a dielectric slab. Even the values you can substitute, but in this problem they are giving two such things, one with the 3 by 8 D and one with the D by 2. So you have to calculate the total value by using this equation. C and they are giving, due to this the capacitance becomes 2 times. So the final capacitance is 2 epsilon 0 A by D, and the same capacitance you can calculate by using this equation, epsilon 0 A by D minus C. Then you substitute the value for 3 by 8 D and D by 2. Then you will get, see, 3 by 8 D again plus 3 by 8 D by K. K is given K1. Ready? Then again minus D by 2 plus D by 2 K2. Oh, that much lengthier that problem is. Now we can calculate the value for K2 and K2 and K1. There is a connection given. K1 is equal to 1.25 K2. Now cancelling all these and cancelling D, you will get one equation. Then substitute the value for K2. K2 is equal to K1 by 1.25. Ready? Then you will get the final value for K1. So you have to calculate that. It is actually time consuming, but that is the only way. You cannot find any easy thing. You have to calculate, and finally you will get the answer as 2.66 is the final answer. Okay, so what is that? The capacitor with a dielectric slab is the question. If you are having the equation and if you are having the capacity to apply for two such slabs and then solving after substituting the value for K2, so it is also a lengthy question. Ready? Now, question number 31 is actually a ball of mass. We are dropping from a height 40 meter. Now, after hitting it is rising to 10 meter. Here, instead of giving velocity and all, they are giving the height and all. You do have the equation for velocity. Velocity equal to root 2 gh. Ready? So, in the first case, the height value is 40. Second case, you can take the height value as 10. Ready? So, you are having both V1 and V2. Now, they are asking impulse. How can you calculate impulse? Impulse is actually the change in momentum. Ready? Here, change in momentum, final momentum minus initial momentum. But there is a, you already made such an attempt in the classroom situation, and one velocity is downward and the other velocity is upward. Ready? So the value, one value is actually negative. So you have to create minus minus in that problem. Ready? Now instead of V, you can substitute it. Okay, mass is actually 0.5. Then velocity, you can substitute root 2 g. G they are giving 9.8. Then height is 40. Ready? Now minus of minus, it will be plus. Then again root 2. Ready? gh, and 2 into 9.8 into height value, you have to take it as 10. Okay. Again, you have to calculate this value. And for question number 31, when you calculate this, you are going to get 21 Newton second. Okay. So it is also a two-level problem. You have to find the velocity value, then substitute. Then logical error is there. One is downward, one is upward. Ready? Now, 32 is a lengthy question. See, two cities, X and Y, connected by a regular bus service. Ready? And the bus service is like this. Each bus will start after a time interval of t. And the problem is again critical. A girl is driving a scooty with 60 km per hour. Okay. So this is actually a problem of relative velocity. This relative velocity is also omitted from the NCERT text. Ready? So in one case, the bus is traveling and the girl is also traveling in the same direction. When the girl is traveling in the same direction, you know relative velocity, you have to subtract. Ready? So velocity, say the velocity of the bus is v minus velocity of the girl is 60. You know velocity is equal to displacement by 10. Time they are giving 30 and 10. So 30 in this case. Now in the second case, the girl is traveling in one direction and the bus is traveling in the opposite direction. So tell me what will be the relative velocity. It will be v plus 60 is equal to time is given as 10 minutes. Now you are having two equations. Now substitute. See, this is actually 1 by 3 into d by 10. So you can substitute the value for d by 10 is equal to 3 times v minus 60. Okay, then you will get an equation with only a variable v in it, and you can calculate the value for v. Okay, and in this case, the value for v is 120. And in all these four options, only one option is having 120 in it. So automatically that will be the answer. Ready? So if you are having the speed and all, you can calculate the time. Time will be 15 minutes. Okay. So that is actually a critical question. When you see a paragraph, you feel like skipping, but actually it is a problem of relative velocity. Now, question number 33, an oxygen cylinder of volume, see, 30 liter and 18.2 moles of oxygen is there. Now, after some oxygen is withdrawn from the cylinder, the pressure is decreasing to 11 atm. Ready? And the temperature is also given. So when you deal with all these pressure, temperature and all, you can use the equation PV equal to nRT, no problem. Ready? Now you can calculate the initial pressure. See, initial pressure equal to nRT by V by substituting these values. See, all are given. Then 18.2 moles, so 18.2 into R value is given, see, 100 by 12. Then temperature is 27. 27 means 300 Kelvin. Then volume 12. So substituting all these, not substituting all these, you are getting an answer for the initial pressure as 15.180. So by using the equation PV equal to nRT, you are gaining one value 15.180. Now the thing is, they are giving you the final gauge pressure. See, if gauge pressure is 11 atm, you know, actual pressure is equal to gauge pressure plus atmospheric pressure. Ready? Then you can use the equation P1 by V1 equal to P2 by V2. By using that, you can, or P1 by N1 is equal to P2 by N2, then you can calculate the value for number of mole in the final case. But the problem is, don't substitute the value 11 atm, you have to substitute 12 atm. Ready? Why? Because the actual pressure is equal to gauge pressure plus atmospheric pressure. Now, when you calculate the final number of mole, you are going to get 14.4. Ready? So the thing is, they are giving the initial value 18.2 moles and final 14.4. Automatically you can calculate the difference is 3.8 moles. Okay, but the answer is not given in mole. You know the molar mass is 32 gram. Ready? Now you can substitute the value. Total mass you can calculate as 3.8 into 32 gram, and the answer is given. The answer is 0.116 kilogram. So tell me how to do that problem. It is also a 2-3 level problem. First you have to use PV equal to nRT, then calculate the value for initial pressure. Then substitute that pressure in equation, same equation, but you have to write it as P1 by N1 equal to P2 by N2. Then you can calculate the final number of moles. Then the difference in mole, then multiply with 32, you will get the final answer. Okay, and the answer is also given in kilogram. Now question number 34 is, an inductor is there and then a cell is there, then again a resistor, current, all are given, and you hope you know you have to calculate the value by creating one equation. The equation is so simple. See, potential at a, say, VA, then subtracting the voltage drop across the inductor. You know the equation for voltage drop across an inductor, L di by dt. Then actually a cell is connected, it is going to oppose, so minus 5 volt. Then again minus a voltage drop is there, okay, and voltage drop is I into the value for resistance 2. That will be the value for voltage at B. Ready? Now they are asking the value for VA minus VB, okay, and I is given as 2 ampere. Now di by dt is also there. Rate is actually given as 1. I'm substituting all those. VA minus VB is equal to L value is 1. So 1 into 1 again, like that. Then plus 5. Ready? Then 2 into 2, 4. And the final answer, the potential difference between V and. So if you are having the value for all these and having a knowledge of how to create equation for such a branch in an electrical circuit, then you can calculate that. Ready? Okay. Now question number 35 is, in an oscillating spring mass system, a spring is connected to a box filled with sand, and the box is oscillating and the sand is leaking, and they are giving you the data like that and asking the variation of omega and A. Ready? Now all these graphs are like this, and in 3 of the graphs omega, so you are having the equation for omega, the angular frequency omega equal to root of k by L. Ready? Now if the sand is leaking, mass will decrease. If mass is decreasing, then the omega value will increase. Okay, anyway, option 1 is not the correct answer, but in all the 3 graphs omega is increased. Now in the second part they are asking about the average amplitude. Now you know, in an oscillating system, whatever that happens, the total mechanical energy will be constant. And for a spring mass system, you know the total energy, it is half k square, and it is a constant, and k is a constant, so automatically the amplitude value will also be a constant. So among these 3 graphs, the amplitude is constant only in this case. So the correct answer is option 2. Okay, let us think about the next problem. A model for quantized motion of an electron in a uniform magnetic field. Okay, and they are giving the flux passing. Do you have an equation for flux? Flux, magnetic field intensity in the area. Ready? BA. And the value is given as NH by E. Ready? Now they are giving N is an integer, H is the Planck's constant, E is according to the model magnetic moment of an electron in its lowest energy state. So don't try to put some EH by 4 pi m and all. That will not work in this problem because it is a hypothetical situation in which they are giving you the flux through the circle as NH by E. Okay. Now the thing is, you can directly calculate the magnetic dipole moment using the equation mu is equal to I in there. But here I is not given. Ready? So you can substitute the value for I. Current I is equal to charge by time. Instead of time period is 2 pi r by v. Okay. Now instead of area, you can substitute the value for nh by eb. And even now it is 2 level. Now you cannot do anything. So you have to substitute the value for r. Can you tell me the equation for r? R equal to mv by bq. Ready? The radius of the circular path when a charged particle is moving is mv by bq. So you have to substitute that ev by 2 pi into again mv by bq into nh by eb. Okay. So then you cancel all those. Here the charge q is actually E. Then finally you are going to get, ready? One E is here. So finally you will get NHE by 2 pi m. Okay. And the minimum value you can take it as N as 1. So HE by 2 pi m is the final answer. Ready? So among these 11 questions, can you tell me which all were tough? See, actually in a NEET examination, a child is waiting for a question that can be done in 1 minute. But you really understood something. When you read something, omega and all, see, all are critical. But if you are really experienced with the question, you can do something with these. Okay. So almost all these are time consuming. But after listening to these answers, you can feel like if you are really experienced, you can think about solving these problems in the examination. Okay. Now the chemistry sir is waiting for you. Okay. Do it.
Okay. Hey all. So now we are here to discuss the last 10 questions of chemistry. Okay. So the first question is that which one of the following compounds does not decolorize bromine water? Does not decolorize bromine water. As you all know that. So here the you may please uh, consider the options. Okay. So you may please consider the options initially. Winning. So interesting. Okay. Okay, consider the options. So you all know that what are the compounds that doesn't decolorize bromine water? Okay. So only saturated compounds, saturated compounds doesn't decolorize the bromine water. Okay. So just looking at the option, you can easily find out the answer. The answer is option 3. Okay. So cyclohexene is the answer. Then the second question, 82. Predict the major product P in the following sequence of reactions. So you may please look at the reactants and the reactant. Okay, so you may please look at the reactants. So you can easily find out the answer. So the answer is option 3. Then 83. So this is a question that perfectly from the NCERT part. So here all the given examples are completely from the NCERT. Okay, so the option A, match list A with the list 2. So the option A is that chloroform, CHCl3, chloroform and aniline. Okay, you have to. So the method of separation is given in the second part. So chloroform and aniline can be separated by using the simple distillation. Okay, so chloroform and aniline mixture is the example for the simple distillation. Then crude oil in petroleum industry. Okay, crude oil in petroleum industry can be purified by fractional distillation. Then the next one is glycerol from spindle. Glycerol from spindle. Okay, steam distillation. Then aniline and water can be purified by using distillation under reduced pressure. You guys already know that if the distillation reduced pressure is utilized or used when the boiling point of the uh, liquids are very higher. Okay. Then the question number 84. Which among the following electronic configuration belong to main group elements? Main group elements means S&P block elements. So A, indication A is an example for main group element. No. B is not an example for the main group element, S and P block element. Then C. Yes, C is an example for the P block element. D, no. E, no. So answer is A and C only. Option 4 is the right answer. Option 4 is the right answer. Which one of the following compounds can exist as cis and trans isomers? So it's a simple question from the hydrocarbons part. So the answer is by looking at the option, you can easily mark that. The answer is option 2. Then next question. Phosphoric acid ionizes in 3 steps with their ionization constant values. Ka1, Ka2 and Ka3 respectively. While K is the overall ionization constant, which of the following statements are true? Option A, log K is equal to log Ka1 plus log Ka2 plus log Ka3. Yes, right? True. Then H3PO4 is a stronger acid than H2PO4 minus and HPO4 2 minus. Yes, a right one. Then Ka1 is greater than Ka2 and Ka3. Okay, right? Then option D, Ka3. No, 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 no. Option D is wrong. Okay, so A, B, C only. So A, B, C only. So yes, yes. Option 2 is the right answer. Option 2 is the right answer. Then the next one, 87. 87 means you have to mark the ions with group number. Group number. Okay, so simply cation analysis. So CO2 plus CO2 plus CO2 plus CO2 plus is group 3. Sorry, group 4. Okay. Then Mg2 plus is group 4. Then Pb2 plus is group 1. Pb2 plus is group 1. And Al3 plus, so you already got the answer. So A3B4C1, A3B4C1. So option 4 is the answer. Simple one. Then another question from equilibrium. Okay, so we already discussed around 2 or 3 questions from equilibrium already, and then another question. Okay, higher yield of NO in, so they have given the reaction, nitrogen reacts with oxygen, you will be obtained 2 moles of NO can be obtained at, so delta H of the reaction already given, so delta H means it is given as plus 180.7. Plus 180.7 means, so you have to very important thing, that very significant thing is that positive sign is there. Positive sign means it is an example for endothermic reaction. Endothermic reaction is favorable for higher temperature. Okay, so that, so which one give you higher yield, more amount of product? I already said that higher temperature is favorable, so A is okay. Lower temperature is not favorable. B is not okay for the higher yield production. Then higher concentration of N2. Yes, of course, when the amount of reactant increases, amount of product will be increases. Yes, higher concentration of N2, then higher concentration of O2. Yes, A, C, and D statements are okay. A, C, D only. So option 2. Option 2 is the right answer. Option 2 is the right answer. Then 89. 89. Oh, it's a statement type of question. So the statement is that benzene disodium salt is prepared by the reaction of aniline with nitrous acid at 273, 278 Kelvin. 273, 278 Kelvin means 5 degrees Celsius. Okay, we commonly discussed in classes. It decomposes easily in dry state. Yes, statement 1 is correct. Okay, it's a simple statement. Statement 1 is correct. Statement 2, insertion of iodine into the benzene ring is difficult. Yes, and hence iodobenzene is prepared through the reaction of benzene disodium salt with potassium iodide. Yes, that statement also right statement. Okay, so very basic, very simple thing, very simple thing. So statement 1 is right and statement 2 is right. So the correct option is both the statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Option 3 is the right answer. Then the major product of the following reaction is, so there is a Grignard reagent, CH3MgBr, and they are given in excess. That is the main point. They are given in excess amount in acidic medium. So the answer will be option 1. Option 1 will be the answer. Okay. So when we we completed the questions of chemistry. So at that time, so we can easily say that it's a moderate level of questions. Some questions are very simple and clearly from the NCERT. If you read the NCERT properly, you can done a lot of questions. And some are difficult when compared to previous year questions. Okay. So thank you.
Now we are discussing the question. A body weighs 48 Newton on the surface of Earth. The gravitational force experienced by the body due to Earth at a height equal to one-third the radius of the Earth, one-third the radius of Earth from the surface is. So we know that the height above the Earth gravitational force, the acceleration due to gravity can be written as g dash is equal to g r square by r plus h the whole square. Here h we are provided that height equal to one-third the radius. So instead of h we can substitute r by 3, and we on calculating this we get g r square by r plus r by 3 the whole square, that is g dash will be 9 by 16 g. And initially we are provided that at when g is equal to acceleration due to gravity on the surface of Earth g, then weight is 48 Newton, that is weight is, or force is equal to mg, that is equal to 48 Newton initially. When the body is kept to a height equal to h by 3, then what happens to the force or the weight? Then what happens is that the weight will be mg dash, weight will become mg dash, and here g dash we got as 9 by 16 g. We can substitute in g dash as 9 by 16, and we will be getting 9 by 16 into 45, that is 9 by 6, sorry, 9 by 16 into 48, that is 27 Newton. Option number 3 is the right answer to this question. Going to the next question, that is question number 38. Consider a water tank shown in the figure. It has one wall at x is equal to L and can be taken to be very wide in the Z direction. When filled with the liquid of surface tension S and density rho, the liquid surface makes angle theta with the x-axis at x is equal to L. If y of x is the height of the surface, then the equation for the y of x. Here we can solve this by substituting, by equating the excess pressure due to surface tension, the excess pressure due to surface tension as the gauge pressure. That is S by R is equal to rho g y. And instead of r, you can write d square y by dx square is equal to rho g y. So we'll be getting d square y by dx square, and rearranging we get rho g y by s. So the answer is rho g y by s. Option number 3 is the right answer to the question number 38. And moving on to the next question, the intensity of the transmitted light when a Polaroid sheet placed between two crossed Polaroids at 22.5 degree from the polarization axis of one of the Polaroid is. Here, the thing was that I0 is mentioned as I0 is the intensity of the polarized light after passing through the first Polaroid. Therefore, the intensity will be like I0 by 4 sine square 2 theta. We know that theta is equal to 22.5 degree. Therefore, 2 theta will be 45 degrees. Substituting the values, we get I0 by 4 into 1 by 2. That is I0 by 8. Option number 4 is the right answer to this question. And moving on to the next, it's a direct substitution question. A photon and an electron have the same energy E, and the ratio lambda of photon is to lambda of electron of their de Broglie wavelength we need to find. We know that lambda E is equal to, we know that E is equal to hc by lambda. E is equal to hc by lambda. Therefore, lambda of P is equal to hc by E. What about lambda of electron? Lambda of electron is h by root of 2me. So, taking the ratio of these two, we get the answer as 4. Option number 4, that is C by root of 2me. So, this is a direct question. Moving on to the next question, question number 41. This is also somewhat direct question only. An unpolarized light beam traveling in air is incident on a medium of refractive index 1.73 and at Brewster's angle. So it is incident at the Brewster's angle. Therefore, we know that the reflected light is completely polarized. reflected light is completely polarized. And in order to find the angle of incidence, how can you find this angle of incidence when the light is incident at the Brewster's angle? We can find it as I is equal to tan inverse mu. That is refractive index. Refractive index already provided. I is equal to tan inverse 1.73. That is I is equal to 60 degree. So the option 3 is right. Reflected light is partially polarized and the angle of reflection is close to, sorry, uh, there is a small mistake in this. Option 2 is right. Reflected light is completely polarized and the angle of reflection is close to 60 degree. That is, angle of reflection is always equal to angle of incidence. So moving on to the so this is all about physics now. Moving on to next. Uh, next, the biology faculty will be discussing the upcoming questions. Thank you.
Hi all, back to botany. Question number 122. The given below are two statements. Statement 1, fig fruit is a non-vegetarian fruit as it has enclosed fig wasp in it. Statement 2, fig wasp and fig tree exhibit mutual relationship as fig wasp complete its life cycle in fig fruit and fig fruit get pollinated by the fig wasp. Okay, so in this question, the fig fruit is a non-vegetarian fruit as it has enclosed a fig wasp. Statement 1 is right, and the statement 2 is also gives a correct explanation. So both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Okay. Then next, in next question, yes, 126. 126. Read the following statements on plant growth and development. So choose the option with all correct statements. Okay, so pick out the correct statements. A, parthenocarpy can be induced by auxins. B, plant growth regulators can be involved in promotion as well as inhibition of growth. C, dedifferentiation is a prerequisite for redifferentiation. D, abscisic acid is a plant growth promoter. And E, apical dominance promotes the growth of lateral buds. Okay, so while analyzing all these above statements, the statement B, plant growth regulators can be involved in promotion as well as inhibition of growth, that's right. D, option C, dedifferentiation is a prerequisite for redifferentiation, because all we know that there are three processes: differentiation, dedifferentiation, and redifferentiation. Okay, then statement E, apical dominance promotes the growth of lateral buds. So statement B, D, E are correct. So option 1 is the right. Okay, then next question, 127. Okay, 127, match the following. uh Pteridophyte, okay, bryophyte, angiosperm, and gymnosperms. Okay, so the match the following, the correct answer is option 3, pteridophyte salvinia, then bryophyte poultricum, then angiosperm jingo, then gymnosperm. Okay, yes, we can take in 127, angiosperm is salvia and gymnosperm is ginkgo. Okay, so option 3 is the right answer. Okay, option 3 is the right answer. Then the next is, which one of the following is the characteristic feature of gymnosperms? Okay, is a characteristic feature of gymnosperm. The first one, option 1, gymnosperm have flower for reproduction. So that's a false statement, because all we know that angiosperms are the only plant group that produce flower for completing the reproduction. Okay, so the first statement is false. Then second, seeds are enclosed in fruits. Gymnosperms are naked seeded plants. Okay, so ovary is not present, so fruit is absolutely absent. So option 3, seeds are naked, and option 4, seeds are absent. So the right is option 3, seeds are naked. Okay, then the next question. Okay, the next is 131. Silencing of specific mRNA is possible via RNAi. RNAi is RNA interference, because we know that it makes complementary dsRNA. dsRNA means double-stranded RNA. So the right option is option 2. Okay, in question 131, the right answer is option 2. Okay, then move on to the next. Who is known as the father of ecology in India? It's a direct question. The answer is Ramdeo Misra. Option 3 is the right answer. Okay. Option 3 is the right answer. Then question number 139. Given below are two statements. One is labeled as assertion and the next is reason. The assertion is a typical unfertilized angiosperm embryo sac at maturity is 8 nucleated and 7 celled. Reason, the egg apparatus has two polar nuclei. Okay, it's a direct question and it's very simple. And that question from sexual reproduction in flowering plants. Okay, so we got many questions from sexual reproduction in flowering plants, and that we already mentioned in our test series and the mock test. Okay, I hope all of that answer the question. So the right answer is assertion is right because a typical unfertilized angiosperm embryo sac at maturity is 8 nucleated and it is 7 celled. But egg apparatus has two polar nuclei. That's absolutely it's a wrong. So both in this question the assertion is true but reason is false. Okay, so the correct is in 139 the fourth option is the right. Next, the next is 140. Neoplast characteristics of cells referred to. Neoplast, that means a mass of proliferating cell. Then rapid growth of cells. Then C, invasion and damage to the surrounding tissues. Okay, so A, B, C are correct, but D, those confined to original location, that's false. So the correct are A, B, C. So we can take the option. Option 3 is the right answer. Okay, then the next 141. The given below are the stages in the life cycle of pteridophytes. Arrange the following stages in the correct sequence. Okay, A, prothallus stage. B, meiosis in spore mother cells. C, fertilization. D, formation of archegony and antheridia in gametophyte. And E, transfer of anthrozoites to the archegonia in presence of water. Okay, so the right answer is option. The right answer is option option 2. Okay, because meiosis of spore mother cell, then prothallus stage, formation of archegonia and antheridia and gametophyte, then transfer of anthrozoite to the archegonia in presence of water and they conduct fertilization. Okay, so the right answer is option 2. Okay, then the next is 142. Question number 142. It's again assertion reason. Assertion, both wind and water pollinated flowers are not very colorful and do not produce nectar. Okay, so water pollination, wind pollination, and insect pollination. So the question from the wind and water pollination. The reason, the flowers produce enormous amount of pollen grain in wind and water pollinated flowers. Okay, so both assertion and reason are right, but reason doesn't give any correct explanation about assertion. Okay, so option in 142, the option 3 is the correct. Okay, then after that in 145, find the statement that is not correct with regard to the structure of monocot stem. Okay, monocot stem. The first one, phloem parenchyma is absent. Second, hypodermis is parenchymatous. Third, vascular bundles are scattered. Fourth one, vascular bundles are conjoined and closed. Okay, so not correct. Okay, so in here, the option 2, hypodermis is parenchymatous. That's the wrong statement. Okay, then next 147. Statement type question. Statement 1, the primary source of energy in an ecosystem is solar energy. Okay, without any doubt. Statement 2, the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis in an ecosystem is called net primary productivity. Okay, so here the statement 1 is right, but statement 2 is wrong. So the option fourth one, statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Okay, so the fourth option is right. Then next is 148. It's a direct question from biotechnology principles and process from the last portion, the structure of bioreactor, simple stirred tank bioreactor. Okay, so identify the part of a bioreactor which is used as a foam breaker from the given figure. Okay, so without any doubt, we can say that the foam breaker in this figure is in the option, the first option, that is C. Okay, first option, that is C. Then the next one is 149. Polymerase chain reaction, PCR, okay, amplifies the DNA following the equation. Okay, following the equation. It's absolutely, it depends upon the cell division. Okay, the cell division process. So the right answer is option 3. Okay, option 3. Then the next is statement type. Statement 1. In floral formula, the symbol of actinomorphic stands for zygomorphic nature of the flower, and the G, okay, that stands for inferior ovary. Then statement 2, in floral formula, the cross, that means actinomorphic symbol, stands for actinomorphic nature of the flower, and the G, that stands for superior ovary. Okay, so in this question, the statement 1 is incorrect. Okay, I hope all of you know that why the statement 1 is incorrect. Okay, because all we know that what is actinomorphic and zygomorphic. Okay, so statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. So in 151, option 1 is the right answer. Okay, then the next is 152. From the statements given below, choose the correct option. Okay, A, the eukaryotic ribosomes are 8 years and the prokaryotic ribosomes are 7 years. B, each ribosome has 2 subunits. C, the subunits of 8 years ribosome are 60 years and 40 years, while the 70 years are 50 years and 30 years. Then D, the 2 subunits of 8 years ribosomes are 60 years and 20 years, and that of 70 years are 50 years and 20 years. S is a Swedberg unit, that's the sedimentation coefficient. Then E, the 2 subunits of 80 years are 60 years and 30 years, and that is of 70 years are 50 years and 30 years. So the correct statements A, B, C are true, and the rest of them are false. Okay, so in 152, the second option is the right. Okay, then after 152, next is 153. Each of the following characteristics represents a kingdom proposed by Whitaker, R.H. Whitaker, Robert H. Whitaker. Arrange the following in increasing order of complexity of body organization. Body organization, that's in the 5 kingdom classification. Okay, so the right answer is option C. That means option 3. Okay, right answer is option 3. Then next is 154. The correct sequence of events in the life cycle of bryophytes, the second group of plant kingdom. Okay, A, fusion of anthrazoid with egg. B, attachment of gametophyte to substratum. C, reduction division to produce haploid spores. D, formation of sporophyte. E, release of anthrazoids into water. Okay, so the right answer is option 4. Okay, option 4. Then the next is 160. Given below are 2 statements. Again, statement type of question. Statement 1, transfer RNAs and ribosomal RNA do not interact with mRNA. Statement 2, RNA interference, RNAi, takes place in all eukaryotic organisms as a method of cellular defense mechanism. Okay, so the right answer is statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 1 is correct. So option 1 is the right answer. Cellular defense mechanism is also known as RNA interference or mRNA silencing. Then the next is 163. In seeds of cereals, the outer covering of endosperm separates the embryo by a protein-rich layer. Okay, the protein-rich layer. The answer is very simple and it's very direct. Okay, that's aileron layer. Aileron layer. So option 1 is the right. Then next is the match the following. In the match of the following, option 3 is right one. Okay, chlorophyll A, that's blue-green. Chlorophyll B, yellow-green. Then xanthophyll yellow. Then carotenoids yellow to yellow-orange. So option 3 is the right. Then 165, which of the following genetically engineered organism was used to Eli Lilly to prepare the human insulin? That's from biotechnology and its application in the medical field. That's the production of human insulin by using the RDNA technology. So here the right answer is option 2, bacterium. Option 2, bacterium. Okay, then next, again, match the following. The right answer is option 1. Okay, centromere, cell division. Then cilium, cell movement. C, crista, mitochondrion, cell membrane, phospholipid bilayer. Okay, so the answer is option. Then the next is, okay, a specialized 172 question, a specialized membranous structure in prokaryotic cell which helps in cell wall formation, DNA replication, and respiration. So the right answer is, without any doubt, mesosomes, because mesosomes are considered as the mitochondria in prokaryotic cells. Okay, so that's an important question, and that we discussed this question many times in our class and also for the mock exams. Okay, so option 2 is the right. Then again from biotechnology, in cloning vectors, insertional inactivation. Okay, in the above, represent the plasmid, an alien piece of DNA is inserted at the echo R1 site. Which of the following strategies will be chosen to select the recombinant colonies? So it's also the question that comes from the alternative method of insertional activation, and the right answer is the white colored colonies will be selected. So option 4. Then the next is 170. Okay, 177. Which of the following statements refers to reductionist biology? Okay, so that's only the one of indirect question. Okay, so the right answer is option 4, chemical approach. Yeah, the physico-chemical approach to study and understand living organisms. So option 2 is the right. Okay, then 178, from organisms and population. In the population interaction, epiphytes that are growing on a mango branch is an example of which of the following? Very, very simple question. Okay, the answer is commensalism. Okay, option 2. Then 179, which one of the following phytohormones, plant growth hormones, okay, promotes nutrient mobilization? Nutrient mobilization is a unique function that is performed by cytokinin. Okay, so option 1 is the right. Then the last and final question, 180, the complex 2 of mitochondrial electron transport chain is also known as the complex number 2, that's called a succinate dehydrogenase. Okay, succinate dehydrogenase, option 3 is the right answer. Okay, and I hope all of you happy with biology questions. These are very simple questions. Maybe 2 to 3 questions are from a higher range questions. Okay, and I hope all of our students from AIME are very happy with biology. Okay,
Okay. Question number 42. A uniform rod of mass 20 kilogram and length 5 meter leans against a smooth vertical wall and making an angle 60° with it. Ready? The other end rests on a rough horizontal floor. The frictional force that the floor exerts on the floor. Okay, so the question is actually about placing a rod like this. See, a wall is here and a rod of length 5 meter is here. Then for every object there is a gravitational force. And here it is an extended object, so gravitational force is acting straight downward. See, wait. Now the thing is, see, frictional force is acting like this. So here you can solve this problem by using the idea of torque. And let the length of the wire say AB and the angle is given as 60°. So this side will be AB cos 60 and this side is AB sin 60. Ready? Now the point is you can calculate the torque. If the torque is balancing, then the rod will not move. Okay. And you know the equation for torque? Torque is equal to force into perpendicular distance. If you are taking torque about B, then perpendicular distance is AB cos 60. Ready? If this torque is balancing with the torque due to weight, see weight is acting at the center of mass. So don't take the perpendicular distance as AB sin 60. You have to take half of it. So AB by 2 into sin 60. Ready? Now cancel AB. We can calculate the value for frictional force. Frictional force is equal to weight. Weight, mg 20 into g 200 into sin 60 by cos 60. So it is tan 60. Ready? Now AB by 2 is also. So 200 by 200 tan 60 is root 3. So the final answer is 100 root 3. Okay. So if a child attempted such a problem about these types of questions are common in all these materials. In our material, you already attempted this question for torque, for leaning a rod like this. So if you are equating the torque, you can calculate the answer. Okay. Hope you attempted that correctly. Now the question is question number 43. Here, three identical conducting rods are connected in series, and the thermal conductivities are given, and the temperatures are marked T1, T2, and for these sides it is 3T and T. Ready? Now the thing is, see, in steady state, the rate of flow of heat is actually a constant value, and you are having the equation for rate of flow of heat. You remember K A delta T by length. Ready? And here A, L all are the same, so we can neglect all these. And the rate of flow of heat through 2K is same as that through K, is same as that through 2K. So you can create an equation with that. See how K value is 2K into the difference in temperature. Difference in temperature is 3T minus T1. And the rate of flow is same. Okay, all others will cancel A, L and all. So is equal to K into next case. It is T1 minus T2. Ready? Now third case is actually 2K into T2 minus T. So here you are having three equations and three variables. By substituting the value for T, you can calculate the ratio for T1 by T2. Okay. And when you calculate, you are going to get the answer as 5 by 3. Okay. So this is also a common question in all of the entrance examinations. Hope you attempted that correctly. Now question number 44. The kinetic energies of two similar cars A and B are 100 and 225 joules. On applying brakes, car A stops after 1000 meter and car B stops after 1500. FA and FB are the force applied, then find the ratio FA by FE. So it is actually a simple question. They are giving you energy and force displacement. What is the connection? See, energy is same as that of work. So work, force into displacement. And here the displacement in the first case is 1000. So FA into 1000 is equal to the value for energy is 100. And in the second case, force is FB and the displacement is 1500 and is equal to 225. See, You are having two equations, you can directly divide and the answer is 2 by 3. Okay, that is actually a simple question. Work done is equal to change in energy, work energy theorem. So when you analyze these physics questions, half of the questions are normal, but half of the questions are something you have to attempt. You have to find the correct equation, then substituting the values like. Now we are going to the last question in physics segment. A sphere of radius r is cut from a larger sphere of radius 2r. Then they ask about moment of inertia and all. Hope you know the moment of inertia of a sphere. Moment of inertia of a sphere is 2 by 5 mr square. So here the radius of the bigger one is given as 2r. So don't take it as r. Here 2r the whole square is the total moment of inertia. Now you are cutting another sphere from it. And the radius is not 2r, diameter is 2r actually. So radius of that smaller sphere is r. Now the point is, you have to calculate the moment of inertia of the removed sphere, small sphere. How can you calculate that? You cannot use 2 by 5 mr square. Why? Because the axis is about a tangent. Actually, parallel axis theorem is not there in the textbook. So when you analyze the physics questions in NEET examination this year, you can see whole lot of omitted questions are there. Ready? And here you can use this parallel axis theorem. And parallel axis theorem, moment of inertia about the center of mass. What is that? 2 by 5 mr square. Okay, plus mass of the object into square of the distance in between. So actually here the axis is a tangent, so you cannot calculate 2 by 5 mr square. You can calculate it as 7 by 5 mr. Now there is another problem. What is the problem? The bigger sphere is having a mass m, and the smaller sphere is not having a mass m. What is that? Radius is actually half. If radius is half, volume is actually cube of the radius. So volume will be by 8. So mass will be m by 8. Ready? And here the radius is r. So this is actually the moment of inertia of the smaller sphere. And they are not asking the ratio of the total moment of inertia and moment of inertia of the smaller sphere. They are asking the ratio of moment of inertia of the smaller sphere to the rest of the value. How can you calculate the moment of inertia of the rest of the portion after removing? See, so simple. Moment of inertia is actually an additive value. So I minus I smaller sphere will be the moment of inertia of the rest portion. Then after that, you can find the ratio. Okay. So when you find the ratio, you are going to get the value 7 by 57. Ready? So by analyzing what is the point, the question paper is almost tough for all of them, those who wrote the examination. So the cutoff mark will be less than what we got in previous years. So don't worry about the examination. Don't worry about the question paper. Take rest. Okay. All the very best for your future life. Ready? Hope it is the time for winding up the session. Ready? All the best.
Okay, dear students, now we completed our question discussion session. So hopefully you enjoyed it and it will be useful for all of you during the discussion between our teachers. So we can conclude that biology, most of the biology questions are very simple, and chemistry questions are moderate to tough level, and physics question is extremely tough. Some of the questions are JE level. Okay, so don't worry, guys. The cutoff mark will be in Tamil Nadu. The cutoff mark will be lesser than 620. Maybe it may be less than 600. So don't worry, guys. Take rest and enjoy your vacation.
So you will be, all of you will achieve your profession as your passion. So don't worry, enjoy the vacation and listen music and watching. Well, you may please do whatever you want. Now we are concluding our question discussion section, and best wishes for all of you. Thank you from all of. I'm just delivering this from all of our teachers. Okay, thank you guys.